to read this little thing that Gray sent from the Caretaker. It's going to be fairly. It's quite small print, but I think it's very important to say it. So this was from Paul the Caretaker. So he said this: Rasna was a very caring and generous soul who had a deep love for nature. Her passion for greenery was evident in the trees she planted in the garden and the vibrant flowers she nurtured around the compound. She even extended her love for the environment by planting trees outside the gate, leaving a lasting mark on the community. Her kindness wasn't limited to nature. She touched lives in a meaningful way, in many meaningful ways. I'll never forget how Rasna helped pay my child's school fees during a difficult time, a gesture that still warms my heart. When she was relocating to Malindi, she gave me a very thoughtful gift, a token of her generosity and the bond we shared. Rasna's actions spoke volumes about her character, and her memory continues to inspire all who knew her. And I think this really does, in a very sort of, I think this really does describe a lot of what she did, and she did it all really as she really didn't want any public sort of accolades or anything like that. She just did things quietly, and she never really wanted anyone to especially know. But I think this is symptomatic of her. I think she used to do all kinds of, good things that needed to be done, but never really asked for any kind of, recognition. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope we haven't given you the impression that she was an ogre. She was she loved us. And she told me 100 times, I love you as my friend. I love you as my friend. And she was generous to a fault. But when she wanted to tell you something, she told you. And she didn't mince her words at all, and didn't think about the fallout. So, no, she was full of love. And if there are no other family members, I think I'll leave it open. If at any point you want to speak, just let us know. But I'm going to now call on our very esteemed member of Kenyan Society. I don't see him. Firoze Manji. Ah, he's right here. Yes. Who needs no introduction to most of us. He's fought for so many people's rights. He's stood in that human rights space for a long time, and I think I've seen him at every single book launch Rasna has had. So he's an ardent supporter of Rasna.
My name is Firoze Manji. Rasna's family and my family go back a very long way. Her grandfather was the captain of the Asian cricketing team, and my father was the captain of the Asian cricketing team. They played together for years. And they passed on to their granddaughter and to their son a large part, I hope, of the fairness that they displayed on the cricket field, which was then the senior sport of the colony. And that fairness is not, as you mentioned, a sign of timidity. Fairness is a representation of strength, the strength to do right to people who support you, and fairness to those who oppose you, and to say to those who oppose you, we will continue to oppose you until we all join in doing right. And that is what Rasna always demonstrated. And so I find no contradiction in a gentle person who was strong. There is simply no, these are not opposites. And Rasna lived to see our country at a time when we are at that most critical of dangers and of complexities. And we know what Rasna's approach to this is. It is, first of all, to extract and discover what are the sources of injustice, what are the conduits through which injustice appears and is imposed. And then her reaction to that knowledge is to expose it, not to be comfortable with it, not to complain to herself or to others, importantly, but to make sure that she has exposed, because this knowledge, which she painfully gathers and gathered, was the instrument by which we could push back against oppression. But more than that, we should not only know, we should not only think that we have discovered injustice, but Rasna believed that we should act against injustice. And so she brought not only that reaction, but with it action. And she brought to that action fearlessness. And it is the fearlessness of the confidence that what she believed in was right, not for herself, but it was right for us all. So it is, what is the message she brings and leaves with us? That it is our duty not to be silent, not to be silent in word, and not to be silent in action. So live on, Rasna. Thank you.
So we have some refreshments. The dilemma is when to interrupt. So we're going to take a little break. The refreshments have been kindly donated by another friend of Rasna's, and as we partake, we honor her memory too. As you heard earlier, she often convened us around meals in her house. I think many of us have visited her both here and in Malindi, and she has hosted us parties, lunches, dinners, sometimes outside. So this is a humble representation of who Rasna was, and we'll take 15 minutes and be back at 3:45.
Umoja ni fahari yetu, undugu ndio nguvu, chuki na ukabila hatutaki hata kamwe. Lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu, pasiwe hata mmoja anayetenganisha. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa uchungu na mateso, kwa vilio na huzuni, tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani. Hawakushtushwa na risasi au kufungwa gerezani. Nia yao ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Wajibu wetu ni kuishi kwa upendo, kutoka ziwa mpaka pwani, kaskazini na kusini.
जन्नत है यहाँ दिलकश है समा हर सू धुआं धुआं ख्वाबों का ये जहां शीशे का दिल पाना मुश्किल देखो इसमें है प्यार शामिल रातें यहाँ झिलमिल झिलमिल तारों से सजी महफिल शबनम का ये नशा बिल्कुल नया नया हर दिल यहाँ जवां फूलों का ये जहां आँखों की है यहाँ नरमी सांसों की है यहाँ गर्मी शोलों पे खिलते हैं ये सभी कोई नहीं यहाँ पे कमी
Well, 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 well. Hey! Okay,
की जिंदगी है 2 दिन का मेला. When we do take stock of our lives, we realize that this life is a very short visit to a mela. This is a world of strangers. No one is yours. Although everyone lives, I am still alone. आए भी अकेला और जाए भी अकेला.
त्वमेव माता च पिता त्वमेव त्वमेव बन्धु च सखा त्वमेव त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देवा. आए भी अकेला जाए भी अकेला. 2 दिन की जिंदगी है 2 दिन का मेला. आए भी अकेला जाए भी अकेला. 2 दिन की जिंदगी है 2 दिन का मेला. जिंदगी है 2 दिन का मेला आए भी अकेला जाए भी अकेला 2 दिन की जिंदगी है 2 दिन का मेला ये जिंदगी है प्यारी एक झूठ सपना ये जिंदगी है प्यारी एक झूठ सपना गैरों के दुनिया में नहीं कोई अपना ये जिंदगी है प्यारी एक झूठ सपना गैरों के दुनिया में नहीं कोई अपना सबके रहते हुए मैं हूँ अकेला 2 दिन की जिंदगी है 2 दिन का मेला आए भी अकेला जाए भी अकेला 2 दिन की जिंदगी है 2 दिन का मेला 2 दिन की जिंदगी है 2 दिन का मेला
Funny story.
Owie! What was that?
The Earthlings are playing football again, and one of them drank a Red Bull.
Well, Red Bull gives you wings.
कोई नाल जय है धन बांध के घटरिया कोई नाल जय है धन बांध के घटरिया 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 रे कोई नाल जय है धन बांध के घटरिया जब यमराज पलंग पर बैठे जब यमराज पलंग पर बैठे उलट गए दोनों नैन पतरिया उलट गए दोनों नैन पतरिया रे कोई नाल दे धनबाद के घटरिया मारही सूता प्राण निकाले मारही सूता प्राण निकाले प्राण लोकाई खोतरिया खोतरिया ओ प्राण लोकाई खोतरिया खोतरिया रे कोई नाले गए धनबाद के घटरिया कोई नाले गए धनबाद के घटरिया कोई नाले गए धनबाद के घटरिया
The Books Cafe on KBC English Service. Reviews, interviews and conversations with authors, literary critics and book lovers.
I wanted to write a book that looked at when the UN is not functioning or when it's corrupt or is mismanaged, who loses out? It's the beneficiaries of UN projects and programs. Expand the membership of the UN Security Council. You cannot just have 5 member states dictating to the rest of the world how to deal with conflict. 10 are rotating non-permanent members and they're only there for 2 years. And usually they have no clout, It's just there to look like it's inclusive. But it's not. France, Britain, US, Russia, China decides which wars will be waged, which countries will suffer sanctions for going to war, and whether there will be any sanctions at all. So maybe some people have suggested get rid of the UN Security Council altogether and let the General Assembly make decisions, because that's 193 countries. The majority could make the decision.
Rasna Warah. Welcome to the Books Cafe, your literature program on KBC English Service. I'm your host, Hainga Okwemba. The Books Cafe is a cutting-edge program in the world of literature where we talk to writers and explore contemporary literary issues. And today we have a very, very special program. It's a tribute to Rasna Warah, one of Kenya's famous journalists who just departed. She was called Rasna Warah. Rasna Warah was not just a journalist, she was an editor and an author. And today in studio we have one of Kenya's most celebrated journalists, columnist, editor, poet, and writes and author himself, Kwamchesi Makoha. Again, these are journalists whose time in the media, some of us who came after them believe that that was the golden age of Kenyan journalism. Kwamchesi Makoha, welcome on to the Books Cafe.
Thank you very much, and hello.
Great. Now, Kwamchesi, when writers come onto the Books Cafe, of course, you are coming to pay tribute to a colleague, a friend, but somebody also intimately and emotionally describe as your big sister. But before we do that, when writers come onto the Books Cafe, the first thing that you want to do is to know something, a little bit about them. Kwamchesi Makoha, when and where was he born? Where did he go to school?
Thank you, Hainga. I was born in a village in Lugari, which is in Kakamega County. I grew up there, went to the primary school, which is adjacent to my home. And then I attended Starehe Boys Center for 6 years. Then I went to University of Nairobi, Stellenbosch University, and yeah, I'm here.
How did you become a journalist and an editor?
I began my journey with words by helping somebody to write love letters. I must have been, I think, about 8, 9, or 10. So there's this guy who I think was in love with a girl in the village. So an act of love in those days was being able to send a love letter. Unfortunately, this guy was quite big and muscular. He's bigger than me, but he was struggling with his reading and writing. And since I sort of could read and write fairly efficiently in Luya, so he would recruit me to sort of, then he would just dictate the letter and then I would write the letter for him. So that's really where it began.
Yes.
I didn't think too seriously about it, but over time I found myself in the journalism club. Not quite a club, but there was a magazine, school magazine at Starehe called Scan. So I wrote for them. I ended up on the Kiswahili paper, Kenya Leo, not Taifa Leo. Kenya Leo, which was the sister to Taifa Leo, I was recruited straight out of high school, was a correspondent. So I've always wanted to be in this space. I worked here at KBC.
Yeah, as you are walking into studio, you say that you actually have a history with KBC.
Yes, I have a history here. I always give credit to KBC because I grew up here. Being on programs such as this, presenting one myself for TV, then I went and formalized that desire. Journalism training at the University of Nairobi and then at Stellenbosch. But then in between, I was also just doing lots of journalism work. So I've always been drawn into storytelling. Drawn to storytelling, both for television, for radio, for print. But an important interlude, I don't want to even call it a deviation, but I spent 2 years under the pupillage of the late Henry Chakava and a whole host of the big editors of the 1990s at that time, Barak Muluka, Jimmy Makotsi, and Midamo. So they actually trained me how to publish books. So by the time then I was going back into media, I had this huge knowledge and debt, of course, to books. That's basically what I've done. In between, I've been a journalist, I've reported beats, I've edited for newspapers, and I've even produced documentaries, television documentaries. But the significant things, I think, when the day comes and I die, I think the significant things that people remember are that I'm a co-editor of the collection of poems from East Africa called Echoes Across the Valley with Professor Arthur Luvai. I am also a co-editor of Justice Willy Mutunga's speeches, articles, and judicial opinions, together with Professor Sylvia Kangara and Duncan Okello. It's called Beacons of Judiciary Transformation, just came out 3 years ago. I also co-edited My Trauma, My Pain, Voices of Women from the Post-Election Violence with Rosemary Okello. So I think one of the things that emerges is I do a lot of collaborative editing. You notice that none of those titles actually has only my name, which probably speaks to my own deficiencies, but I think the important thing it says is I have been able, I think, successfully to work in collaborative, creative spaces. Yeah, so in Echoes has some of my poems. We tried not to fill it with too many of our poems, Professor Luvai and myself. We made sure that every poet was only limited to 5, however good they were.
Yes.
Didn't go beyond 5.
Yeah, I read that book, Echoes from Across the Valley.
Right.
Yeah, but that's why I always knew Kwamcheti Makoha must be a poet.
Yes, we were receiving.
Thank you. I will give you some homework in a few minutes. So your mind can start. Should I actually tell you now, or should I just spring it on you? You're well fed. I can spring a homework. So we had this big discussion on which articles to read. And let me tell you, everybody has a favorite Rasna Warah article that is the article. So what we are going to do, because the articles are probably the easiest to find online, is at some point I will circulate the mic and ask you just to tell us, not to read it, not to interpret it, not to give us a summary, just to say, this is my favorite article and why. In 100 words or less, Kenyans. 100 words. If I say a paragraph, you people will put commas, dashes, hyphens, and things like that, right? And keep that paragraph going. So just at the back of your mind, draw that up. Because we are here not just as writers, but also as readers, right? Yes, no? Are you speaking? Are we in community? Are we relating to each other? Yeah, you must speak. You must make people who are reading up here, because I'm now beginning to bring up some of the readers. We want to put in some of Rasna's words into the room, and then we are going to have a couple of friends speak, and then we're going to then start to move again also towards the space of people who did certain types of work. But do you feel ready for some reading? Right? And I want to start with my favorite of the genres, which is short, with stories. Because stories are at the heart of what we do. And I really, really want to, I'm really pleased to have this particular reader, Ivy, come up. And the reason I'm so pleased to have Ivy come up is that Ivy was somebody who met Rasna through her writing. So she comes up as a reader, and who's writing, a person who volunteered and said, this is what I want to read. So Ivy, you're very welcome. Please come up. And I also love the fact that all of those generations, ninyi watu wa hapo zamani za kale, sisi wazee tulifanya hivi na hivyo. I want you to know that there are people of our generation who are reaching newer generations and who are finding that our words echo and resonate. And I hope that many more of us will be like Rasna in this sense. Ivy, karibu.
Hello. Hi. For those who are walking in, I'll just give you a minute to sit. Then I would like to invite you all to share a deep, loving breath with me. So what we'll do is, on 1, you'll take a deep, deep breath through your nose, then exhale through your mouth. Are we together? So, 1. May all beings be safe. May all beings be filled with loving kindness. May all beings find love, and may all beings be blessed. My name is Ivy. I never met Rasna in person, but I met her through her writing. At that time, I think I was 23, and a family member or a loved one had just come back from Somali, and he came back with a book. It was called War Crimes. For those of you who are familiar with the book, it's just critical essays around the failed state of Somalia and how global powers, would I say, collaborated to create it. So that's how I met Rasna. I'm here also courtesy of a book study by the name Msingi Trust, where we read books together in community, hopefully to inspire each other to keep thinking critically. And that's how I also know Mshai. So I'm here really in the true spirit of Rasna's very words as a reader. I'm 30 years old, so when I first encountered her work, I think I was looking for a vocabulary to describe race, to describe my own lived experiences. And as a Kenyan woman of my class, I couldn't really find a voice that was speaking to me directly. So I was born in the 90s, and my father was working in parklands throughout the 60s and the 70s, so I'm a bit of one of the last borns. So you can imagine, I'm a true product of Rasna Warah's thinking. Yeah? So I'll be reading from Nairobi Noah, which was written, it's a snapshot of the 60s in Nairobi. And the title is Have Another Roti by Rasna Warah, Parklands. Before I start, I invite you once more to open your hearts, to open your spirit, open your softest parts to hear Rasna's voice. When Anamika was growing up, residents of Asian neighborhoods could go through an entire day without seeing people of other races. They shopped at the local Indian duka that sold everything from spices to safety pins. They hung out with each other at community halls or at the temple on weekends. Indians, who were collectively referred to as Asians after the Indian subcontinent was partitioned and a new nation called Pakistan was born, stuck with their own kind, as did the whites. They shared intimate domestic spaces with their African servants, but did not really know them. They bought dania and okra from Wanjiko, the mamamboga who heaved her vegetables in a large kiondo from Kiambu to Parklands every morning. Finding customers by going house to house. Everyone knew Wanjiku by name, but no one knew how many children she had or how many hours she had walked to reach Parklands. This inability or unwillingness to connect with those of a different race or class became evident to the 8-year-old Anamika when Wanjiko stopped coming to her home in Parklands to sell vegetables. Neither her mother nor her grandmother knew where to look for her or who to ask about her whereabouts. Later, they learned from a neighbor's maid that Wanjiko had died of a disease that was left undiagnosed for too long. Perhaps because she was too busy working or because she did not have the money for treatment. The void left by Wanjiko was never filled. By the time she had disappeared from their lives, housewives in Parklands had started shopping at the swanky new Sarit Center Mall, where one could even pick up plump imported oranges from South Africa, a delicacy that Wanjiko had not been in a position to offer. After independence, racially zoned areas were desegregated, but apartheid never quite went away. Another type of segregation based on class replaced it. The colonial administration was gone, but the colonial mentality remained. Waiters left their 10 by 10 foot hovels to work in 5-star hotels with heated swimming pools. Domestic workers cleaned houses with 4 bathrooms, but in their slum shacks, they only had access to pit latrines. Tycoons who made fortunes after buying off white settlers' farms at throwaway prices looked down on their impoverished brethren who fought in the war for independence. No one questioned the hierarchy of privilege. Everyone knew his or her place, but underneath there was seething anger, which sometimes erupted into physical violence that no one dared to acknowledge. We are all underwater creatures. Winnie once told Anamika, we live below the surface of the water, only coming up for air when it's absolutely necessary. Showing our true selves is too scary for us Kenyans. We never grew comfortably into our own skins, maybe because we have been told for so long that our skins are ugly, not white enough. We always wear masks because knowing too much about our true selves may make us loathe who we have become. Anamika loved Winnie because she always spoke her mind, which was so rare in this city of make-believe. Thank you.
And I'm deliberately going to stand here. I know there's no light, but you've seen me and my face, hopefully you can still see, so that we draw attention. We will have a light here so that you can read it. But just let those words sink. And sink in the minds when you think about those of us who are Nairobians and are trying to find who we are. And it's such a thank you, Ivy, for reminding us that sometimes we learn from people who go ahead of us in story and help us locate ourselves and find ourselves. I want to invite Wahiga to come up. Wahiga has a special relationship with Rasna, and we were going to go into some institutions, but we said any family member who comes and says they are ready to speak will speak. So Wahiga, karibu.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wahiga, and I knew Rasna as Auntie Rasna. My mom, and her mom worked very closely together in the media, and but I knew nothing about her career. I just knew her as Auntie Rasna growing up. Particularly, I have a story in 2017. I really struggled with alcohol addiction. And there's a point I ended up in a blackout. I ended up in the coast. And calls were made, and Auntie Rasna is the one who picked up that call. She sent a car all the way to Watamu to pick me up. In the stupor I was. Picked me up, took me all the way to Malendi, to her house. And the first thing she had waiting for me was a plate of chicken biryani. She was like, hello? I mean, what's going on? And I was like, oh, Auntie Rasna, I'm so hungover, I don't even think I can eat this. And she was like, I mean, but you need to tell me what's happening. And I sat there with her husband and Rasna, and we sat and we talked, and she housed me for the next 4 or 5 days. Unexpected, uninvited guest out of nowhere with the clothes on my back. That's the type of person Auntie Rasna was. We sat down, we talked, we lazed around for days. We watched this really beautiful movie called The Girl on a Train, which hit and impacted both of us. We talked about our lives. I told her my troubles. She told me some of hers. And then she brought me back to Nairobi and right to the doorsteps of my parents and was like, she's delivered. And finally, I actually got sober. I got sober, and I was wanting to come back and reunite with Auntie Rasna. And this is our reunion. I have been praying for her ever since I found out about her diagnosis. And it's just sad that this is how things have gone. But please know that she was a wonderful woman that touched my life so much and helped me at a point of utter rock bottom. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wahiga, and Pole for your loss, which is a very personal loss. Aunties in the room. Where are we? Aunties in the room. Uncles in the room. I know some of us are saying, I'm going to write like Rasna, or I'm going to be courageous like Rasna. Can you love like Rasna? Can you cook a chicken biryani like Rasna is the other question. Thank you. Thank you for that. I'm going to now invite another good friend who also was a publisher, who also was a fellow activist, a fellow warrior, a fellow many things. And so Zahid, you're very hard to know what category to put you into. So we'll just put you here where you can take us from the friends, the family, the fellow writers and activists, and then, just in one person, roll it all up together. And after that, let you come up and then we will have the honor. And a fellow troublemaker. And as we were taught, some people bring good trouble. And Zahid and Rasna, those are good trouble people.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. It's going to be difficult for me to talk because she was a friend, she was family. And for Zarina and I, she was there all the time. I first met Rasna in 1997, 98, maybe a couple of years before that. And I used to work with an ad agency. And one of the things by that time we had started doing was beginning to think about our publishing journey, which later then became ours. But I worked fortunately for an ad agency which had a soft spot for Asian history. And so Rasna walked in and she says, I have this idea, I have this book. Thank you. And I would like it published. So I happened to work at a managerial level, and then the managing director introduced me to Rasna formally for the organization. And that's how this book, Triple Heritage, came into being. This was 1998. And then since then, it's been, we've met so many times that it would take me a whole day to just narrate the kind of journeys we went together. But because of lack of time, I'm going to say just a couple of things. In 2002, 2003, Zarina and I had moved over to Kitengela, and there were all kinds of dramas, and we ended up coming back into Nairobi. And Awaz was just beginning to grow. And we thought for the first time that, okay, maybe the time has come for us to institutionalize and start having a formal governance structure. So we set up a board, and we invited Rasna together with Wanjohi Makoha, John C.B. Okumu, and Sunny Bindra to be on our board. And it was, for us, it was like the beginning of a journey. We were just starting. Our first issue of Awaz had formally come out like in 2000. And it had come from a journey from another club called the Eastern Action Club of Africa. But it's that person there, Lakhvir Singh, who helped us coin the word Awaz and make the magazine as it was. But on one of those occasions when we had this board meeting and we were floundering as to where is the money going to come from? How long are we going to sustain this process? We had this, and I can remember where we were sitting at home, and I can remember where she was sitting. And after about an hour's chat of where we should be going, it was time for Rasna to speak. And she did what she did best. She was a bull in a china shop, and she's saying, if you're having so many problems, just shut the magazine down. It's really not worth it. And we had just started our journey. I mean, for us, we didn't know it would last 24 years, but that's who Rasna was. And consequently, we had these conversations with her and with the board in terms of trying to figure out where we are going to go. And so this journey of many things with her, I'm sure many of her close friends and family will have had the pleasure of receiving a phone call at 10 o'clock at night when she was at her best. And she cared because she felt so strongly about things. She felt so hurt by injustices. And very often it would drive around the bend and off the hook. And very often you had to bring her back and say, no, Rasna, but calm down. That's not how bad it was. But that's who she was. And that's why I think for everybody who experienced Rasna knows, and that's what the invitation today says by Shea, that if you tremble with indignation at every injustice, then you are a friend of mine. And I think that is who Rasna was. I just want to do a short reading out of this book, which Rasna wrote, and I'll start with the blurb. And this is the blurb that Zarina wrote when we published the book. It says, Rasna Warah goofed again. Doesn't she know that public discussions of the Asian woman is a taboo? No culture remains static forever. And like their sisters everywhere, Kenya's Asian women are questioning the patriarchal prison which has oppressed them for generations. And what I'm going to read today is a very particular incident that happened to her, which I think will bring out to the person she was. And I'm going to concentrate on her.
Zahid, of course, call each other all the time. But this time I noticed that his voice was different. And I knew something was not right. And Zahid said he just got a call from Rose Lucalo, another comrade over there. Rose Lucalo, there she is. Those who know Rose well, but those who don't know Rose well, she also spoke truth to power in the 90s, for which she paid a price. Rose Lucalo. That our dear comrade, Rasna, had passed away. And this was just an hour after that. Both me and my spouse, Diana, we were very saddened at the loss of Rasna in her early 60s, when she needed really many more years to live and continue with her amazing work, with her amazing use and the power of her pen. It is a great loss. I'm here as the chair of the board of directors of the Kenya Human Rights Commission. I have two of my board members with me, Shiro, well-known activist, has no problem in standing up anytime to speak the truth. Kwam, there. So on behalf of the board and the management of the Kenya Human Rights Commission, this is what I have to say. Rasna will be memorialized as an individual, as a heroine of this country. Memorialization of our struggles has been part of the 30th anniversary of the commemoration of Kenya Human Rights Commission, established in Kenya in 1994 and in Washington, D.C. by exiles in 1991. On this occasion, we are memorializing struggles through documentation, through the Makhan Singh exhibition, to the P.O. Gama Pinto exhibition by Awaz and Zahid, and there are other initiatives. And also we are honoring individuals. And Rasna would be honored at our next occasion to be held sometimes along with many others that we will be recognizing. It's quite clear to all of you and to me that Rasna stood for social justice. She was deeply concerned about the big gaps in prosperity in our society and suffering. Some of us created by our own leaders, others by circumstances. She's in for political justice, and you can see that in her writing. And she was for gender justice. I don't need to say more that. That's evident for her actions, her stand, and her writings. And also environmental justice. I guess I can quote our stanza from our national anthem. Justice be our shield and defender. And I think Rasna took that stanza very seriously. Like many of you I know around here, Shiro, Irungu, Rose, Mashai, Kwam, Zahid, our friend over, many of you activists who are here to honor her. Rasna did work at Mazingira Institute in the 80s, and I like to recognize also the presence of Wandia Seaforth, who was around there at that time. And later she joined UN Habitat like Rasna did, where they worked together again, but they met at Mazingira. And I'm very delighted that to honor Rasna, we have a very most senior official of UN Habitat here, Raf Toots. There he is. Please stand up. I saw Raf and I was delighted, given that the strong position that Rasna took on the integrity of a UN body. Raf, thank you very much for being with us here. It means a lot. From the international community and from the UN community, it means a lot. So when Rasna worked at Mazingira, she actually worked on a global women and shelter project, which is global, which liaised with UN Habitat. It was made up of women's social movements around the world. It was global. It was headed by Diana Lee Smith, by its own committee and others. This, I believe, in a way, opened a window for Rasna about the challenges of the world we live in and the challenges women face in everyday life in the towns, villages, and the cities of the world, and their movements in getting gender equality and particularly equal right and control over land and resources. So she worked on this network for some time before she moved in. This also gave her the opportunity to really get a global view of things in Asia, in Latin America, in Europe, Africa. Is that right, Wandia? It was very broad. And movements around the world. And I think, in retrospect, I think it helped her to move on later on, and particularly with UN Habitat already, she had come from that international civil society interaction in this particular sector of UN work and development work and activist work and human rights work. So I remember that in retrospect, and this is our long-term association, more interactive rather than knowing each other, because we shared another type of identity. We shared a regional identity. Rasna was very fond of talking of the other and of identities. Our regional identity where we were both Punjabis. And Punjabis are Sikhs, Muslims, and Hindus. It's something that sometimes other Asians don't appreciate it, or we ourselves. So Rasna, like myself, was a Sikh Punjabi. There are Hindu Punjabis and Muslim Punjabis. We speak the same language. That's our regional identity. Whereas we have our own other religious identities. Some write Punjabi in Urdu, others write in Gurmukhi, others write in Hindi. So this is one regional identity, very interesting, that we shared. And occasionally we would deliberately want to talk in Punjabi because you felt you wanted a little bit more intimacy to say the same old things, but in a slightly more ways that it would touch you. So that's something other common. But I can say this, that she did embody what I can tell you is, in the most positive way, some of the Sikh principles and values in our own way. One is social justice. The other is to stand up against tyranny, to fight political tyranny, which she did. Like when all of the means to defend the truth have failed, it is righteous to pick the sword or the pen, in Rasna's case. Because all of the righteous means in Kenya had failed. People had been tortured, imprisoned. You know the whole stories. Some of them have been on the streets. She decided to pick the pen and stand up for it. No belief in caste. All are equal. And we believe that women are as equal as men. These are some of the values that are the basic values, and many more. And they're very similar to the principles and values in our constitution. And I remember when we were going around in 2010 as the Kenya Asian Forum to have the Yes campaign in the constitution. And we were in Kisumu, and predominantly a Sikh community. I had made a special graphic saying these are the Sikh values, these are the values of principles and values in our constitution. I don't see any difference. So you have any problems in voting yes or no? Stories aside, but I do have to say that one way or the other, she embodied those values in her upbringing with family indirectly, and they were expressed. So we have that identity in common, but also, first and foremost, we were Kenyans. We never really said we were anything else. And that's what she was to her last breath. Kenya Human Rights Commission, we will memorialize her the next occasion when, in the next 2 or 3 months, along with many others, and honor Rasna Warah. Thank you very much. And finally, I'd like to thank Kwam, on my board of directors, From KHRC, Irene Soila, who's not here, they have worked very hard at a very short notice to put this amazing event together. To Mashai from Inuka, the other NGO, Zahid from Awaz, and and Rose, who was here. They've done an amazing piece of work behind the scenes. I know you were on a Zoom meeting even last evening. I talked to Irene. It was, I think, late about 8, and you were still busy putting things together. So please, let's give them a big hand. Because after all, we know what binds us together, the activist, is one word: solidarity. Solidarity, solidarity, solidarity. And we never let each other down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it is true, solidarity. And many of you who work on the different levels, whether it is local, so we're thinking Parklands, or it's national, we're thinking Kenya. But it gets really scary sometimes when you're taking up the really big, quote, boys, and taking up an international system and working on the international realm. And Rasna managed to do that. So we're going to listen to we're going to go into the space of tributes from some of the international organizations. We'll start with Society of International Development. And so I will say I am on the council. I sit on the council as vice president with Abaka Zain, who has been on the council much longer than me, so he will be speaking for that. Duncan Okello, are you in the room? Good. Duncan, I'm going to come to you because I know this is different level. We will deliver the more formal Rome message. I do need to bring the apologies. The executive director, Stefano Prado from Rome, is actually in Nairobi and was going to be here but has been held up. But Duncan, I would like to bring you up a little bit later so that you give us a sense of working at that level directly with her. And we will also listen to a reading, Hainga. I'll be coming to you and we will be looking. We heard about Rasna's work at the UN level. We've heard about the books that she wrote, and we will be listening to something from Lords of Impunity. Abaka Zain, karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Ladies and gentlemen, brother who had a pleasure to Duncan to work with Rasna, I'm going to read the formal statement from the Society for International Development, and then I've requested for an understanding that I will share a word or two at a personal level. So let me read. Good afternoon. The late American poet Walt Whitman wrote, "Keep your face always towards the sunshine, and the shadows will fall behind you." On behalf of the Governing Council, staff, and members of the Society for International Development, SEED, I extend our heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Rasna Warah, our dearly departed colleague. Rasna was an invaluable member of SEED and frequent contributor to our journal Development. From 2003 to 2011, she served on the SEED Governing Council, where her dedication and insightful contributions left a lasting impact. She consistently urged the Council to ensure that our organization's mission was reflected in our activities. Unlike many, Rasna did not shy away from active participation. Whether it was scenario workshops for East Africa's future or discussion on inequality in Kenya, she eagerly accepted the invitation to engage. And even if it might have been inconvenient, she found ways to make time available. Her humility and disdain for titles were noteworthy. She often reminded us that she participated as Rasna, not as a board member. Her ideas were always clear, compelling, and delivered with humility. Rasna's presence was a source of warmth and wisdom. She quietly offered assistance and advice before, during, and after workshops or other events, always from a place of understanding and empathy. She was never arrogant, but sought to comprehend before contributing her thoughts. A champion of high ideals, Rasna lamented the prevalence of subterfuge, corruption, and division in our world. Yet, she remained steadfast in her belief that we could collaborate for a brighter future, tirelessly encouraging us to hold on to hope and work towards positive change. She was a beacon of light in dark times, reminding us of the power of collective effort. She was a keeper of that flame that flickers in the dark, providing light and erasing shadows. Though Rasna is no longer with us, her vision and ideals endure. Let us honor her legacy by upholding these principles, inspiring those who follow us to be unwavering custodians of hope. May her soul rest in eternal peace. Kindly lend me your ears for a few moments to speak about our sister, and I must apologize in advance if anybody is offended by some of the political statements I'm about to make. They are solely mine, because Rasna would want me to speak in that version. So let me start. We owe a debt of gratitude to our sister who was departed. But even more, we owe her a debt of commitment. During the final days of her life on this world, she was passionate still about one important thing in Kenya, that will come together, rise up, and remove the regime in power, and set up a people's government that will clear the mess that those who are in power now have created, and wipe away the tears of mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters whose children have been abducted, tortured, killed, disappeared. Her wish to see this regime gone was not realized during her life. But we have a duty and a calling to finish the job. I give you my commitment today, and I'm sure I'm speaking for many who are in this room, that we will work tirelessly every single day to organize and mobilize the people of Kenya so we can create a critical mass of those who want to bring change to our nation. I give you my word today, and I'm sure I'm speaking for many who are here today, saying we need to develop a transformative agenda that Kenyans can believe in, that we need to bring together all those who are committed to bring change to this nation, and believe that we can prepare ourselves sooner or later by 2027, sooner or later by 2027, to take back our country and start the journey to rebuild our lives and to bring justice to our nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are setting up a documentary, just a short clip. Is that ready, Rose? Okay, so let me have Rose introduce that.
Yes, so Rasna did so many things in addition to her writing, and she was a resource. She was a great resource to people across the world who wanted to understand Africa better. And last year, after a lot of convincing, one thing she didn't like was to appear on video. She didn't like photo taken. She didn't like to appear on video. But after a lot of persuasion, she did take part in a documentary called Color, a documentary about racism in the humanitarian sector. And we have a short clip from the producer, who is a German lady called Dr. Hannah Strohmeyer, who sent a message on hearing about about Rasna. And she says, please pass on that her contribution in the film are very well received. They are consistently mentioned by viewers as meaningful and impactful. Her words and insights have resonated with many humanitarians here in Germany and beyond, who have seen the film over the last months. I hope it brings some comfort to you to know how much of a difference she has made, even with this one interview, on top of all the incredible work she has accomplished in her life. So we're going to see that. It's just a short 3-minute clip. It's a full documentary which can be seen online if you would like to view it, but we thought in the interest of time, let's just do that little bit. And the clip was specifically prepared by the producer and sent to us.
My name is Rasna Warah. I'm Kenyan. I'm a writer and a journalist, a former UN employee. My name means somebody with a sweet tongue, which I don't think I do have. A lot of people think what I write is quite acidic. So, I'm of Indian descent. My family's been here for more than a century. I now live in Malindi, on the Kenyan coast. As you know, the UN was formed in 1945, right after the Second World War, with the stated goal of preventing wars and to promote human rights and advance human progress, and that's where the word development became part of the lexicon of the international community, so-called international community. And it was around the time when a lot of African countries were gaining independence. So they had to find new ways to subjugate the continent. And that's where the whole development and aid business started. I would like to talk more about aid because they're linked, aid and development. So now rich countries, donor countries can give a very small percentage of their GDP as aid, but in turn can control African governments' policies. So it's a new kind of soft power, a new form of imperialism. It may have some benefits, and I'm sure aid, during COVID, I got vaccinated through vaccines that were donated to Kenya. So in some cases it might be absolutely necessary. Humanitarian assistance is absolutely necessary for refugees, for instance. But currently the way it's instituted, it's paternalistic, it's arrogant, it's the global north dictating to the global south. It's white people dictating to brown and black people how they should run their countries, what kind of aid should be given. It's just colonialism, but by another name. And we're not allowed to see it as colonialism because colonialism sense.
Yeah, so always very clear, very eloquent, and very well thought out in her presentation. That was our dear, dear Rasna. We want now, having heard that, as I said, she was a resource to many. This is a documentary. It's actually part of a thesis. It's actually a thesis that this woman was developing, and she continues to develop. But Rasna has spoken, I think she's been interviewed by everybody, all the local TV stations, BBC, Mail and Guardian. If you just have to search online, and you'll see her name in dozens of publications. But like I said, she preferred audio, where she didn't have to appear. So it's a very big deal that her face is on this one, especially when she was not feeling as attractive and all that. It's a very big deal. It may be one of the few places where you will see her in video. I would like now to introduce Bwana Kainga to read from one of Rasna's book. He's going to do a reading from Lords of Impunity. I was searching online, I was looking for images of Rasna, and the only thing I could find was the image of this book. It is very, very popular and gaining a lot of attention.
Thank you. So my name is Kainga Okwemba. I work with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation as a broadcast journalist, but I've also written pieces for the newspaper form. So I'm both a print and broadcast journalist. The first time, like many people of my generation, I met Rasna Warah first, I think, when I was in high school, through her writing. And it was at that point when sometimes your parents, when they come with the newspaper at home, and they have teenagers in the house, and they know that these people are now able to read, so they would read the politics, and then they'll just now throw the newspaper away. So I would actually pick the newspaper and read. But then there came a time when I would skip the headlines and just go for the day's column. And so Rasna Warah was one of those writers that I began to interact so much so that every time I would pick a newspaper, I would actually go for that column. It became so intimate that I knew her. I thought that I had met her. But I would meet her later, I think it was in 2008, at a Kwani event. Kwani had partnered with this Russian professor, Professor Mikhail Iosel, who had started this, what he called the summer literary seminars from other parts of the world, and then they brought them to Nairobi. So on this particular occasion, Rasna Warah was actually one of the facilitators, one of the teachers in one of the classes of the summer literary seminars. So I was in a different class, and she was taking a different class. So after we broke, I saw her, and I said, wow, this is Rasna Warah that I've been reading. So I went to her, and I introduced myself, and she was just sizing me. And I said, you are Rasna Warah. And she said, no, I'm not. You know, she just put me off balance. That was Rasna Warah, but from that day on, we became very good friends, and even my growth in the newspaper is very much also attached to what she would do later. Rasna Warah, the celebrated Kenyan journalist and author, wrote with the spirit of a warrior and the zeal of a missionary. Yet there was a certain element in her writing, one that I readily fell in love with, her predilection to burst myths. In her book, Lords of Impunity, Rasna brings this element to bear. Sometimes in 2000s, or thereabout, the United Nations and its agencies went wild with the outlandish claim that Kibera slums in Nairobi was home to 1 million slum dwellers. It is this fake figure that made Kibera to be called the largest slum in Africa. Thus, it became notoriously famous that it even started competing with Masai Mara and our coastal beaches because of tourism, because tourism agencies included it as a must visit when you come to Kenya. The fake statistics was originally manufactured by Amnesty International. What was the population of Nairobi at that time? About 3 million. Was a third of Nairobians living in the slums of Kibera? Today, the number is slightly below 300,000. Rasna's writing then was bringing logic to bear to some of these things. And she reminded me what Firoze Manji once told us as youth, as a conference, that sometimes when you interact with some of these writings or whatever things that you're interacting with, sometimes you need to look at them with a pinch of salt. Lords of Impunity is a book that Rasna wrote after she had left the United Nations. And I'm going to read just a small bit from that book. Soon after UN Habitat launched the slum upgrading program, interest in the informal settlement grew, as did the population estimates for Kibera, which started to rise dramatically. Before the world knew, Kibera was being touted as the biggest slum in Africa, a claim that both the UN Habitat and the Kenyan government seemed to endorse. Meanwhile, non-governmental organizations and humanitarian organizations came up with their own unverified, exaggerated, and editorialized population figures for Kibera. In 2009, for example, Amnesty International reported that 1 million people lived in what had by then become the most filmed, written about, photographed, and visited informal settlement in the world. If this figure was accurate, then it would have meant that nearly a third of the city's population was resident of Kibera, which even to the layperson appeared to be overestimated, because Kibera is just one of nearly 200 large and small informal settlements in the world. You can go and look for this book, Lords of Impunity, and that particular aspect where she interrogates some of these figures, even the notion that poverty and HIV/AIDS are correlated. She busts some of those things. But this one, you read it in the essay in this book called Slumdog Millionaires. What I would say, that Rasna Warah's writing has helped us to define what writing is all about. And it reminded me of my interaction of an Egyptian professor of political science whom I met in Cairo some years back. I was attending a writers' conference dubbed The African Writer and the Challenges of the Time. And a very famous, that was just on the eve. I was there on the eve of the Arab Spring. And this Egyptian professor of political science, Professor Ezzedine Chokri Fisheri, gave a keynote address to that gathering of writers from across the continent. And he said, what is writing? He said that Writing is an act of rebellion. Writing is an act of subversion. Writing, after all, is an act of protest. And that is what Rasna Warah's pen did. She wrote with the spirit of a warrior and with the zeal of a missionary.
Thank you, Kainga. And we're going to now we're starting to wrap up and come to the writers, because of course we must talk about writing and hear from the people who write and what it meant to share community with Rasna, to think together, to argue together, to fight together, to make up together, because that's how writers write. They write from passion. I just want to have a couple more voices. And I think one thing that Kainga just said, that the quote he made, writing is an act of rebellion. And for those of us who work in institutions, for those of us who work in spaces who need sometimes to be encouraged, we would like to be encouraged gently to grow. And then there are those who get tired of encouraging us gently and just, you know, there's a Zahid said, he was very clear, if you can't sustain it, then shut it down. And that gave them clarity. I do want to give space to two quick voices. I'm going to ask Ralph and I'm going to ask Duncan Okello, who understand institutions, who can speak to us about what it means to work in an institution with somebody who is committed to making that space better. And then we will come. And what I'd like to start to do is, we're going to ask people to be brief, but we are going to come to you. And we are going to ask each of you, anybody who wants to come and speak, who says, I don't feel like I could have put up my hand, I don't have very much to say, that's fine. You don't have to have a prepared speech. You don't have to have a lot to say. You could come up, and actually I'd love it if you came up and said, spoke for 1 minute, 2 minutes, because I'm sitting there with these editors who will be giving me bad eyes. Me, I'm the nice person. I would love you to speak for as long as you want. But I'm giving you time to start to think and to start to edit so that the editors don't have to edit you when you come on stage. But Ralph, and then followed by Duncan, please.
Thank you so much. And as Davinder said, I'm here representing UN Habitat, the organization that was mentioned already a few times by previous speakers. Happy to be here to honor the memory of Rasna, who was indeed a colleague of mine for 12 years. In fact, we started almost at the same time in the mid-90s, and we were in very different departments. I was doing program management, and she was obviously in communications and in writing. And that was the time when Habitat moved from, I would say, more of a technical assistance organization to more of an advocacy organization, and she played a very important role in making that happen through her writing and through her work in the communication department. I recall that she was the chief editor of some of the very important reports that were published in that period, the State of the World Cities. She also engaged very strongly with the preparation and the delivery of the Istanbul Habitat 2 conference, which was really also an important turning point in our history. And while she practiced her profession by the excellent writing and also advocating for social justice, she also advocated for social justice in the work environment. And even if I was not in her department, I could see the rebellious side of Rasna coming out when she felt that certain things were not going well, as was hinted before, and she got into a conflict with her supervisors, and as a result her contract was not extended when she had served for 12 years, which was really a big shock to all of us. Of course, we don't know the details, but clearly it was a conflict between colleagues and more senior colleagues, and she had to leave. And it was very sad. I think it was a very difficult period for her as well. And of course, as a result, she became also very critical of international organizations, as you have heard. And she used her very sharp pen and, in her own words, her acidic voice for that purpose. And for us, that was also not easy. If you see one of your former colleagues writing in such words about the organization, it was not always easy. But then I followed Rasna in her book launches, in different events when she published, and we met several times, and I found the contrast between this very, very hard writer, hard journalist, with a good heart, but still very, very hard, and then the very kind, the very, very loving person that I met always. A very interesting contrast, and I also saw that in the community of former colleagues where she was part of, and in her writings, in her engagement with other colleagues, it was always this kindness that was the strongest. So with this, I really would like to thank Rasna for her contributions to the United Nations, to UN Habitat, and may her beautiful soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it is, I want to say this. I have another tribute which comes from somebody who spent those 10 p.m. calls. And this is from John Gidongo. And one of the things that bound Rasna and John together was that they understood what it means not only to go through this challenge of being a whistleblower. And you know, at that point, all the attention is on you, right? So you do whatever you do, you come out, you do that. And there's attention on you. What many people don't see is the impact on the person. That goes on for days, for weeks, for months, for years. That is pain that very few people can understand. Even the people closest to you cannot understand it if they haven't gone through it. And what both of them did was to form a bond that was also about looking for other people who had been in that space. And I do want to bear witness because I heard those conversations. There are many a time I was like, you're talking to Rasna, good night. Because I know it will be a long conversation. But also, because I knew that Rasna did not wait for people to come to her. She went to people. And it's a very special person who says, in my pain, I understand your pain. And I know that I can get it in a way that most people cannot get it. So I'm going to walk with you. And being Rasna, there were no easy promises, right? Rasna's not going to tell you, we're going to have a conversation and tomorrow life will be fine. In fact, she'll tell you, you're at what stage? Let me tell you, it's going to get worse. Right? But for some people, that's the honesty you want. Because tomorrow, if I feel worse, I am not thinking everybody else is doing well. I am the one failure in life who is doing worse. And I should feel good about what I have done, but I don't. And so I am grateful for people who I know there are others, many others who held that space for Rasna, people who she held the space for, some of whose names we will never know. But if you read her book, and I remember, Hainga, you'll remember after they did the launch at Cheche, which I was privileged to hold the space for, we finished the launch and then we moved to the restaurant and we were there until I think they were like, okay, you people, this is not your home, you cannot sleep. But many of the people, Sitawa, you were there. You remember many of the people who were listening, who joined in, were people who said, I have never told my story. This is the first time I have sat in a space and heard someone say something and I have felt it. And now I feel, oh my God, I am not crazy, I am not mad. And thank you for saying what you said. So I do want to honor Rasna for that. And then I want to bring up another of my teachers who I call my friend Duncan. Can you come lift us up as we go to the writers? And then we will be listening to the tower. Writers in the room. I have some of you whose names I have. If you are a writer, we do want to privilege some writers' voices. So if I have if you didn't speak to me, but you're a writer, and you really want to speak, we will have an open space. But please let me know, because just as I said, anybody, please, Rose made that invitation. If you are family and you came in, you're just joining us, or you've been sitting here and you want to speak, we will privilege your voice, right? So please don't feel I missed my chance if you're a member of the family. But writers in the room, we are coming to you, and we would like to have as many of you speak before the rest of us who are your readers get a chance to also share with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mshai. I don't think I'm your teacher. I'm not capable of being one. Good afternoon, everyone. When I was signing in at the door, the message I left there was that with this death, a moral voice has been silenced. But with her works, the voice remains unsilenced. As you know, Rasna had a book with that title, Unsilenced. And when I walked in and I read that and said, okay, I think our spirits were together. I think we've lost somebody who has such moral clarity. And it is not common to find people with such moral clarity. But not just possessing of moral clarity, but also acting with moral clarity. In the struggle movement, we've had people or individuals who have gifted differently. The lucidity with which Rasna or Kwamchesi writes is exceptional, or the sort of intellectual depth that Mshai sometimes draws us into is not common, or the strategic clarity that Lane Muthoni Wanyeki used to provide during those TGRC, KPTJ difficult days. They are not common. Rasna stood out for her moral clarity and ability and commitment to act as such. So that's somebody we've lost. And I knew of Rasna for a long time, but I'd never met him until I was asked by Society for International Development in 2003 to set up the regional office here. And one of the things we needed to do was to set up the board of the regional office. So we got asking who would fit this role. And I think, if I remember correctly, it is Sam Wale, who was my other board member, who suggested Rasna Warah. And he asked me, you go talk to her if she accepts, then we can serve with her on the board. And that's how SID here was born. We were 2 board members, myself as the regional director, and Irene Omari, we seated at the back there. That's how SID was born. Now, interestingly, for those who know Sam Wale and know Rasna, they come from different ideological positions. And that was the beauty of Sam as well. So I was managing a team of rivals on the board, ideologically. And there were such fascinating encounters of intellectual arguments. Both of them are very soft-spoken, both Sam and Rasna. But they were so dead set and committed to the ideological causes. And if you want to know what the source of the greatness of SID was in this country, that was it. And Rasna, when we did the work that we are most known for, the work on inequality in Kenya, he said, yeah. This is why I joined the SID. This is me. So that was a social justice fiber in Rasna speaking out. And SID will forever remain grateful for her contribution. But one of the works she also liked most, it wasn't very prominent, was our working paper series on the Constitution, which was being edited by one of our colleagues, Jacob Akech, who now teaches in KU. And it was out of the belief that this Constitution heralded a promise that we've waited for such a long period of time. I saw her disappointment, how life happened after that Constitution, and the 2013 elections, the subsequent elections. But the point is that we must keep hope alive. Now, it is very interesting that Rasna passes away last week at a time when I just had a very long session with a friend and a relative who is going through, he's before the UN tribunal. So I was telling him, you need to read Rasna's book because it will give you an inkling of what to expect. I was preparing him for the worst. And he said, yeah, please let me buy it after Christmas. So when Rasna passed on, I just sent him the note. But that book is very, very powerful. And in my previous life with Kwams, when we met Kofi Annan, Rasna later asked me, by the way, did you ask him about the UN tribunal and the mesa? I said, Rasna, I didn't have much time. But such was the commitment of Rasna to the causes that she believed in. I think one of the works, I think it's The Lords of Poverty again. I read it, and when she discusses the Kibera phenomenon, what has been read, she gave me a vocabulary that I use to date without attribution. Guesstimates. Yeah, that the Kibera figures were plucked from the sky, so to speak, and they've given birth to something that we can call guesstimates, which is guesswork and estimates. Yeah, I use that vocabulary liberally, and I sound very intelligent as a result, thanks to Rasna. So we had many discussions with Rasna. She was also a party animal in her own way, hosted very many parties at her house in Westlands. But one of the things she was passionate about was urbanization. And she was so angry about Kenyan urbanization mess. And she had an explanation for it. And it is not high-minded, but neither is it politically correct. So I will not say it, because it's not political. I'll not say it in public. But she was right, that the mess in Kenya's urban space is a reflection of communal values or community values gone wrong. If you look for me, I'll give you in-depth. So I just want to finish by saying that, yes, Rasna was a great writer. He was a great mind. She was a great mind. She was a great soul. For the progressive community, I think I finish where I began. In Rasna's death, we've lost a literary marble of the struggle. But in her literature, the struggle will continue to be sustained. Let's keep the fight on and honor Rasna Warah. Rest in peace. Thank you. Thank you, Rose.
Thank you so much, Duncan. I have been asked to introduce my sister, the person who introduced me to Rasna, actually. Many, many years ago, I've known Sitawa Namwalye almost my whole life. We were at the same school. She was slightly ahead of me. Her sister was my classmate. And in the 80s, I think Rasna tells me I met her in the 80s. And I believe I met her through Sitawa. Sitawa is very well known by that name and others. She's a distinguished environmentalist. She worked in many capacities in development, women's rights, particularly around land. She authored a lot of papers. But she always had this other passion to write. And I'm going to invite her to read a passage and introduce herself if she wants to say anything more.
Good evening, everybody. So my name is Sitawa Namwalye. Rasna Warah and I were very good friends. We met in the 80s when we were both in our 20s, getting up to all sorts of mischief that I won't mention because I'm still alive and I don't want to implicate myself. One of the things that I want to thank Rose and Kwamchetsi and Mshai for organizing this event. In our 20s, this is how it looked like Rasna would go out. Whatever she's achieved, we talked about it, we shared, we argued, we dreamt together, and this and the books she's written and the work she's done are actually a testament of what she wanted. So it's really exciting to see this event and also recognize what she did. And I told Rose the other day that it would have been amazing for her to wake up and see the impact that she has had, because she, like many women, she suffered from self-doubt. So thank you all. I want to also present a different version of Rasna. Rasna loved to party. It's been mentioned. Rasna was an amazing dancer. And we danced together many times in many places around the city during the Moi era, the dreaded Moi era. And the other thing that she was an art collector. So you've seen she's planting trees, so an environmentalist, and she also loved art. And those of you who went to her house saw the amount of art that she collected. And Kamal Shah, can you please stand? One of Kenya's leading artists, Kamal Shah. Okay, he's gone, but he was here earlier. She once bought me a Kamal Shah piece of art, which I still own, which I really appreciate. So one of the things that I do when somebody that I really admire passes on is that in that year, for that year, I channel that person, a thing about that person. And in this case, I would like to invite you to channel Rasna Warah courage. And you know that is huge courage. To do one thing that will make a difference for other people, for yourself. One thing. Do we agree? Yeah? Let's do that one thing. Channeling Rasna's, the kind of courage that Rasna had. I commit to that. So I'm going to read this article that was written by Ras Mengesha. Is Ras Mengesha here? Okay. It's called Who Was Rasna Warah? Please sit back. It is quite long. Sit back, enjoy yourselves. When I learned of the death of Rasna Warah, I opened Telegram and wrote, Rasna Warah died. In an attempt to capture what I was feeling at that exact moment, I added a broken heart emoji. To be honest, I could not name this thing I was feeling. There was grief, of course, but there was this other thing, a sense of finality, the kind that comes with death, the kind that says, that thing you hoped for is gone forever. I had hoped to meet Rasna, and perhaps, like the many writers in my life, to know her. But that was never going to happen. And so, there I stood, staring at my phone, waiting for something to happen, feeling the weight of loss, and the realization that I may never get to answer the question, who was Rasna Warah? Scrolling through my X timeline, tributes came from people who knew her, who loved and respected Rasna and her work. The words floated on my screen, unwavering, fearless, beacon, gallant, strong, complicated, controversial, fierce, feminist, woman. It felt like I was watching intimacy through a mirror, standing outside, close but not close enough. I wanted to be part of this thing, to know with certainty who Rasna was. To be able to say, this is who Rasna was to me. And then I remembered a book I had read in school, and in it, a story I had loved. None of my friends had a copy, and so I bought one the next day. And as I skimmed through the chapters, I found the story and a way to answer the question that still haunted me. Who was Rasna Warah? In the penultimate chapter of Triple Heritage, a journey to self-discovery titled The Woman's Place in Asian Society, Rasna tells the story of a woman who broke tradition by lighting her father's funeral pyre. Religious leaders were against it, as it was not the woman's place to perform the final rituals of death. But the woman's father had no son, and so she volunteered to do it. An important act, an act which is believed to release the person's soul to eternity. Rasna writes, the spectacle so moved the mourners that when the ceremony was over, many admitted that they had never seen such a sight, and that the deceased was indeed lucky to have daughters who played the role of sons. This story is important because it begins the story of Rasna Warah for me. I appreciated her journey to self-discovery, told through the history of Kenyan Asians and how she navigated her multiple heritages. But it is this story that remains. It is the story of the brave and courageous woman who did the unthinkable and stood in the face of tradition and culture. And it is also the story of the writer. She was a gifted storyteller, as she tells the story of this remarkable woman who took it upon herself to usher her father from this world to the next. She ends the chapter with a reveal. I should know I was that woman. This is it, I think. This is what I have been trying to understand. This is who Rasna was. But I'm not convinced. It still feels incomplete. I want the story, the thing behind the thing, where she was born, where she grew up, who her siblings were, where she went to school, what her achievements were. The story. Searching the internet for this story proves futile. There is nothing much, only the books she wrote, her ideas, her thoughts, her bibliography. Keguro Macharia writes, bibliographies are not typically listed in eulogies, at least not in Kenyan eulogies. He continues, bibliographies tell stories of how we have imagined and with who we have imagined, of how we understand the spaces and places we inhabit and how we seek to transform them, or how we navigate the everyday while trying to live otherwise, of how we map our relations to temporality, to the past we have inherited, to the presence we live, and to the futures that might happen. Perhaps Rasna's bibliography could be her story. To answer the question who Rasna Warah was, to know her is to read her. It is to read Triple Heritage, A Journey to Self-Discovery, published in 1998, to follow how she maps her history across geographies and cultures and claims personhood and her Kenyanness. It is to go through the pages of Somalia, Mogadishu then and now, 2012, and see her understanding of the places we call home and how we exist within them and how we can transform them to what they once were or what they could become. It is to read Red Soil and Roasted Maize, 2011, and move with her through her meditations of the writer's life, identity and ethnicity, the post-election violence of 2007-2008, the exploitative aid industry, and her love for her city. It is to read War Crimes, 2016, and to hear the clarity of her voice and her ability to point out power, to call out foreign governments and humanitarian agencies conspiring to keep African countries, in this case Somalia, in a permanent state of poverty and conflict. It is to read Unsilenced, 2016, and Lords of Impunity, 2022, and to witness her integrity, how she spoke about her personal experience at the United Nations, how she was harassed when she accidentally uncovered misappropriation of funds and revealed the UN's failures across the world. It is to see her unwavering sense of injustice, even at great personal cost. It is to read her many opinion pieces on various publications and see her undying love for Kenya, her commitment to pointing at the emperor and reminding us that he is naked, and to imagining better ways of being together. And it is to read her tweets, to see all these things carried over, but also to see her vulnerability at the face of a failing nation and her experience with cancer, constantly reminding her of her mortality. It is to see her blind spots and be reminded that even our best are not beyond reproach. To read Rasna is to know Rasna. I loved Rasna's work because she wrote well, with clarity and depth. I also loved her because she would make me clutch my pearls. And even when some of what she wrote made me angry, it was always clear that there was a human being behind the words, and that this human being cared even when she was wrong. The image of the woman at Nairobi's Hindu Shamshan Bhumi crematorium on 16th February 1989 stays with me. It is an image of a woman who refused to be told no. It is the image of the woman who knew that what needed to be done had to be done by her. It is the image of a woman who believed in dignity, but most importantly, as I imagine the woman, Rasna, lighting the funeral pyre to usher her father into the next world, I hope our reading of her work does the same for her. Thank you.
Thank you for reading that so beautifully. And so now we're going to hear from some of the writers. We'll begin with the representatives from what became known as the Writers Collective. Tom Maliti. I am also aware that we have Mudhoni and Mudhoni here. Okay. And I know, so Tom. There he is. And Tom will also do a little bit of reading. I know the Kwanis are difficult to get, so Tom will give us a bit of that context and then do a bit of reading from Kwani 2, Kwani 3, Kwani 4, I'm not sure. 2. Okay.
Hello, everyone. To quote Zaid, I'm one of those who experienced Rasna's 10 p.m. calls, where invariably one of the things she was doing was expressing moral outrage at the latest news bulletin. I can't quite remember exactly when I first met her, but I think the first event of hers that I attended was the launch of a triple heritage, which was held right here in 1998. And then a few years later on, we got to know each other as a group of writers, journalists, artists, and fellow travelers were discussing what became the Kwani Journal. If Kwani Trust had a membership role, Rasna's name would be listed as among the founding members, because she was in those discussions that began online on email, which at that time was a big deal, and then went offline and we started meeting in people's homes. And she ended up hosting us at her apartment for some of our discussions in terms to determine what it is that we wanted to do. And her relationship with Kwani continued, as you heard from Kainga. She was involved in workshops with writers over the years. So it wasn't just the 2008 one, there are others that followed. And she continued participating that way. She was also part of a group of women who helped put together the first, what was then called the Kwani Lit Fest. That was in 2006. The founding editor, Binyavanga Wanaina, was leading that initiative, but very quickly he realized he needed help from people, and Rasna Warah, Sitawa, Mudhoni Garland, and others whose names I forget, came together, formed a committee, and basically divvied up the work that needed to be done to get this festival going. One of the things that Rasna did at that point was getting a not so well-known writer called Chimamanda Adichie Ngozi, interviewed on a splash in the Nation, because Chimamanda's second novel had just come out, Half of a Yellow Sun, and she was one of the participants at that literary festival. And then Rasna also participated in subsequent literary festivals as a panelist. And as if that is not enough, she was also a contributor to the journal. So what I will read is an excerpt from a short story that she wrote for Kwani, the second edition. This was her first foray into short story writing. The story is called The Unbearable Heaviness of Comfort. I was late, as usual. I could see Wendy pacing up and down her veranda, mumbling, "That Maya let me down again." But I couldn't this time, not after all that happened. I had to put on my dinner party face and let just go. I was reluctant because I knew the kind of guests Wendy invited. UN types, loud cars, lots of money. Her Karengata crowd, the gin and tonic types whose grandparents all had farms in Naivasha or Laikipia. Alice and I were invariably the only two colored people invited. And Alice never went to these do's, so I ended up being the ambassador for an entire race. 2 races, actually. It was a heavy assignment, especially for someone like me, who did not feel like I belonged anywhere, not quite exile, not quite refugee, just something in between. But what to wear? Punjabi shalwar kameez with Rajasthani earrings? No, too ethnic. Jeans and a Tinga Tinga t-shirt? Might do with the NGO crowd, but not with this one. Embroidered Nigerian robe with Ashanti earrings? Too pseudo-ethnic. Besides, I can never figure how to tie the turban. Fusion? Yes. Okay, so it's going to be Afghan shirt, embroidered by Afghan women during the Taliban regime. Nice conversation piece. African heritage porcupine earrings never cease to amaze the UN crowd, except those working for UNEP who inadvertently ask if porcupine is an endangered species. Black trousers and Maasai beaded sandals. Perfect. I could smell the sweat on my armpits, but it was too late to shower. Besides, I wasn't on a date. I just had to splash on the opium and stay outdoors as much as possible. Lipstick, mascara, I'm done. Driving to Wendy's fills me with morbid fear. She lived on those lonely lanes in Karen, surrounded by acres of virgin land, untilled, untamed. At last count, she had at least 78 species of indigenous trees and plants in her so-called garden. And I had to get there through the dreaded Ngong Road, a haven for carjackers, corrupt police officers, and drunk matatu drivers. I said a quiet prayer as I got into my battered Toyota. I could feel the Nairobi night chill, and I wished I had carried a shawl. It was mid-June, the beginning of the cold season, when Nairobi and the highlands became foggy and dull. But tonight, the sky was unusually clear. A full moon was visible right above the gentle, breast-like slopes of the Ngong Hills. My heart skipped a beat. Full moon nights, in my experience, were best spent at home. The last time I'd gone out on a full moon, I had bumped into Sunil and his 20-something American returned girlfriend and public relations manager, Dipti. It was bad enough seeing my ex-husband happy with another woman, but Alice had gone and made it worse. Not even divorced, 6 months and out grazing already, huh? She'd quipped in her usual acidic tone of voice, the one she uses when she's mad, which is 99% of the time. Sunil and Dipti made a quick exit, and I haven't seen them since. It wasn't that I hadn't gotten over my divorce. I wanted it more than Sunil did. It was just that when the papers finally came through, an odd melancholy took me over, as if an old friend had just died. Sometimes it felt as if someone had stolen a piece of my brain, the part where memories are stored, and left just tiny bits behind, so that all my memories appeared like incomplete jigsaw puzzles. When did we stop loving each other? I couldn't recall. I couldn't even remember the exact moment we decided to get married. And why didn't we have children? Amnesia. I couldn't blame Dipti for falling for Sunil either, because he was the kind of man who made women want to take care of him. He was handsome, in an Indian film star kind of way. Sad, tragic eyes, nice build, and a permanent 5 o'clock shadow. Problem was, like the film stars, he also wanted women to adore him, which is probably why he recruited Dipti as his public relations manager. Dipti didn't talk. She exclaimed. She never used everyday adjectives such as good or bad. Things were either fabulous or disgusting. She didn't just love Sunil, she worshipped him. There were 4 cars in the parking lot when I arrived. Always a good indicator of the type of people who might be there, in Nairobi anyway. Let's see, a Pajero with diplomatic license plate, 2 Land Rovers, a Volkswagen Beetle with 1 light missing. Oh, so Alice did make it after all. I entered the house through the kitchen door in the back. Ah, our Indian friend said a voice from behind the refrigerator. It was Tom, in his signature knee-length shorts and t-shirt. Kenyan, actually, I replied. Yeah, but once an Indian, always an Indian, right? He chuckled, mocking with a put-on Peter Sellers Indian accent. I don't know, Tom. My ancestors came from Lahore, which I believe is now in Pakistan. So I don't know what that makes me. Oh, let's not quibble. Come in and have a drink. What will it be, vodka? Yes, please. And don't forget the slice of lemon. I made my way to the veranda. A scent of jasmine hung in the air. Alice saw me first. Maya, she exclaimed. We were missing you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll now invite Mudhoni Garland, another very, very, a person who needs no introduction in the writer's space, publisher, and she's written an astonishing number of children's books. The last time I spoke to her, I was asking her, you've written 43 books? How? I don't know if that number's gone up. Mudhoni, welcome. She's going to pay her tribute.
Thank you, Rose and Mushai. And I give thanks to Rasna's family for gifting her to us. She was a friend, but more than that, for me, she was heroic. She was so much bigger. And I was reflecting after she passed away that I never truly let her know how much she inspired me. She had a sense of her social class privileged. And in one of the early conversations I had with her, she really called me out on that. To her, to whom so much is given, so much more is expected. And I remember one of our earliest conversations was about that. She scared me sometimes. She was ridiculously honest. She could say things really that 2 hours later when you're lying in bed after midnight, reflecting on what she said, especially when she'd had one or two at one of her parties, oh my goodness. I would be there completely shocked and scandalized and still wanting more. I loved Warah, as so many of you do. I wrote a little poem for her. She was a writer. And I was so glad that Tom read her fiction because I think people don't realize what a powerful fiction writer she was. I often asked her to write more fiction, and she would say there's not enough time because there are so many things wrong that need to be addressed in ways that reach many more people. And thus, her nonfiction. Kenya's warrior queen. Sharp, 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 your words took flight, slicing through shadows to summon the light. A provocateur, fierce with humor that burned. Every laugh a lesson, every jest well earned. A feminist, true, with vision so wide. An intersectionalist who tore through, revealed the social class divide. She loathed the way there were walls of wealth and class that divided us and grew in Kenya, where injustice ruled. Her love for justice, unshaken, profound, dug deep into truths others danced around. Honesty, her creed, unyielding, unbound, a compass for a nation lost, yet glory bound. Not bound by race, nor swayed by divide, she called us to courage, to truth as our guide. Her disappointment was the mirror to see the vast untapped heights of who we could be. Born to privilege, she wore it with grace, an advocate who never forgot her place. Free and fearless, an example to all, you showed how to rise. And though you rest, your flame still glows. Sorry, the Kikuyu manenos. Vernacular intervention, interference. We try again. And though your rest, your flame still glows. In Gen Z's fire, your spirit shows. Rasna, your fight for justice, your love of the scene, forever remembered, our warrior queen. Kenya's warrior queen.
I think we can all say amen to that. And yes, we've talked about Rasna in many different ways, and the short story genre is maybe one that she's not as celebrated for as she should be. So I'm really glad that some years back, the next speaker, Peter Kimani, who most of us know for, of course, his book, Dance of the Jacaranda, took on the challenge of editing an anthology of writers in a very interesting genre called noir. Before that, I have to admit, that was a genre I didn't like. I was like, I live in Kenya, I don't need to be depressed further. And then Peter edited this amazing genre, and Rasna was in it, and the rest is history. And Peter, I know earlier on, come on, you can come on. We did start today by hearing a reading from Ivy, which told us of the power of that anthology and how that short story, I'm sure as the rest of the anthology, had great impact. So now it's lovely to hear from the editor, Peter Kimani.
Thank you so much, Mshai, Rose, and Kwamchetsi, and many familiar faces, friends, comrades. My task was very simple. Identify neighborhoods that make Nairobi. Look out for writers who are familiar with those neighborhoods and interest them to make a contribution in this genre of writing called noir. So I reached out to Rasna because I knew her through her husband, Gray. Gray was a dear friend, and Rasna too became a dear friend. One of the memorable encounters was her making a meal for us at Christmas in Malindi, the famous biryani, and her confession that she didn't cook. So this was a very big effort that she had made for us. So we're very appreciative. And Rasna and I remained in touch many times on the phone. Maybe perhaps Tom's experience watching the news and getting very troubled by what she watched. And sometimes just talking about her writing. So editing this anthology, and I'm holding this because, well, I'm a salesman, but I'm also keen to ensure that her work as a fiction writer is recognized, is that it's one of the best short stories in this collection. I know that might be controversial because I know another contributor to the collection, John C.B. Okumu, another dear friend. I think when I edited that story, Rasna's self-doubts, not just because she didn't know how to write, but because this genre was very difficult to write in. And I am a particularly demanding editor. So our temperaments really matched each other. So I told her, I'm not giving up on you. I want this story, and I have a deadline. So our effort bore fruit because I persisted in my demands, and she went through a few revisions. So those who've edited books will know that reliable writers anywhere in the world are really in short supply. So having recognized Rasna's vision of the story, and by the way, I strongly recommend have another roti because it amplifies all her concerns, her commitments, and her vision of the world. So it's got, NGO types, you've got family silences, you've got structures of patriarchy, and also psychology, which was her training as well. So it's a perfect metaphor for the gifts that Rasna gave this world, and I'm absolutely delighted and privileged that I edited her short story. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And so now I know you're looking at your time. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. So I would like to invite, Rasna did a lot of op-eds. I think that's what most of us know her for. And it's very demanding to do an op-ed because you have to keep coming up with copy, not just when you feel brilliant, but every week. And you've heard about these editors and their demands. So we would love to hear from 3 of the publications. I don't know if anybody from Nation newspapers or from Standard is in the room who was ready to speak. We did hear earlier how Rasna started with Straight from the Heart at Standard and then moved on to Nation, and many, many people followed Rasna over. We were trying to do an anthology. We thought we could do an edited bibliography, and literally there are hundreds and hundreds. Literally, we're talking about thousands. So I do encourage you to go and Google. Madrak has got quite a few of them. If there is no one from Nation or Standard, then I will move on to Debunk Media. And we did hear a selection. So the selection, Who Was Rasna Warah, was published in Debunk. And I also want to really encourage you to go. They're doing an amazing series where you get to see different aspects of Rasna. And one of the things I think is really powerful about that series is that these are the younger writers. So we've heard about people who knew Rasna, who've lived with her, who've been following her writing for decades. And then there's the next generation. So thank you. Please tell Debunk, that is such an amazing, I can't wait for the next one to go up. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Asha Ahmed Mwilu. I'm representing Debunk Media, and I'm here with my colleague, our editor-in-chief, Isaac, and I think a few others. When I first asked Rasna to send us a photo for her op-ed, she said, I actually wanted to send a photographer, and she said, I can't. I'm too ill. And then she emailed me, and that's the photo she sent. And I was like, you look fabulous. So in 2022, around October, we sat around our editorial table, and we felt that at 2 years, Debunk was ready to publish op-eds. And so we came up with a list of people that we wanted to reach out to. For all of us, we only knew of the Rasna Warah. We'd never met her. We read her in newspapers when our parents would buy them, and we would sneak and steal once they were done with crossword puzzles. Or we'd followed her work when we joined newsrooms or started writing as serious journalists. I think it's very hard for us to speak about our relationship with Rasna because we've spent the last couple of days writing about her. So our full tributes are available online. But I remember once we were ready to fire out the emails to Rasna and a few others, hers went out at around 11 p.m. And we said, Rasna, would you write for us? We know you're ailing, but we think you have a lot to say. We've seen your tweets. She responded right away. I'd be honored. And we looked at each other in disbelief. Rasna Warah wants to write for us. She was the first columnist for the Public Square to sign our contract. Rasna Warah believed in us. She believed in Debunk. And so the relationship started. And Rasna thought initially that she could write constantly. But then we receive an email from her and she says, I don't know if I can do a column. I'm too weak. And we said, take your time. But in the background, we'd also seen Rasna's tweets, and she was talking about not having NHIF, not having enough support. So we consulted internally and we said, we got back to her and asked her, can we offer health insurance? And beyond your column, would you accept some more work from Debunk, light editorial work, for a monthly retainer? She said, you've already done too much for me, but I'll accept it. So we had a personal relationship from the very beginning. Rasta started writing, slowly, gradually, sometimes saying, I don't know if this piece is good enough, and we'd write back, take your time. To our surprise, eventually, Rasna was sending in complete pieces, 2, 3. And then she became the most published writer, not just contributor, but writer at Debunk. But then, beyond the editing, we started to know Rasna personally. She would tell us her story, her history. She would tell us about her life in Malindi. She would talk to us about Grey. One time, I remember I was giving a talk at a conference, and as I'm speaking, my phone is buzzing, and it's Rasna. So a couple of missed calls later, when the plenary broke, I went outside. Rasna, is everything okay? And she said, I think you guys are suffering from burnout. You need to drink water. Are you eating fruits? And I said, Rasna, I'm in a conference. And she laughed and said, Asha, you know, I have so much time. But then Rasna didn't have a lot of time. At least that's what she felt. And she would tell us when we would speak at night, those 4-hour conversations, 3-hour conversations. And now I'm wondering, how much time did Rasna have at night that she could have those long conversations with each one of us? She used the word lonely a lot. And she used the word alone a lot. But then, even with that time that Rasna didn't really have, she was writing faster than we could edit. And there was a lot of tension because of that. Because Rasna wanted to text, she wanted to call, she wanted to email, she wanted feedback. Are the kids reading what I'm writing? Does anyone care? Many times we couldn't answer. In our final analysis at Debunk, having spent the last few days recollecting, reading our texts, our emails, thinking about our personal conversations with Rasna, we're left with one reflection. did Rasna Warah need more of us? Did Rasna Warah need more from us? But then if the Rasna Warah needed more of us and more from us, there's a bigger question, because Rasna joins a motif in our community. And what we think we should answer is how we at Debunk contribute to building a community that looks at us not just as writers or journalists or activists or workers, but as people. I don't know what the answer is. So Rasna wanted to know, are people reading me? I think she should go on X and find out, because she's made a really big impact there. To Rasna's family, we didn't deserve her, and we'll miss her, and we offer our condolences, but know that Rasna won't be forgotten, truly, truly. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the elephant in the room, and Inuka, which is one of our host organizations, we heard from KHRC earlier on. So I'm going to ask, is Inuka elephant coming up together? And then they will be followed by Wandia, and as I'll introduce that group together. And the reason is Inuka is the host organization. The elephant is hosted by Inuka, and Rasna wrote for the elephant. And Wandia Njoya is a scholar who looks at the work in general, like literature and all that. You all know Wandia. They shared a spirit. That was her soul sister and Rasna from the same space. But Wandia was also part and is part of the, what do we call it? The matriarchs, the herd that started the elephant and which Rasna engaged with as that was going on. So I'm going to ask those three to come together. I mean, one after the other, however you organize yourselves.
Good evening, everyone. So please allow me to read the tribute from the elephant and also Inuka, standing in for Kawive, who sent his condolences and apologies. Honoring Rasna, the writer. Rasna Warah, an internationally recognized writer, critic, and social justice champion. She joined the Elephant in 2017 and has been an integral part of the Elephant. Over the years, she penned over 110 articles, becoming the top writer within the Inuka elephant ecosystem. Rasna's work spanned diverse topics, always pushing boundaries with her thought-provoking insights. She not only wrote, but also worked closely with the wider team as a sub-editor, a role she performed with unwavering dedication throughout her time here. Her legacy project, Cities of the Future, one of her visionary projects, remains unfinished. In her honor, the Elephant will ensure this initiative continues to reflect her passion and vision. Rasna was known for her unwavering commitment to integrity and justice. She courageously addressed issues of corruption and governance, using her platform to shed light on injustices and advocate for transparency. Rasna authored several impactful books, including War Crimes 2014 and Mogadishu Then and Now 2012, focusing on Somalia as well as Unsilenced 2016 and Triple Heritage 1998. Her writings delved into complex socio-political issues, reflecting her deep understanding and commitment to storytelling. Rasna was deeply passionate about the youth, especially the Gen Z, and she was a bold voice on Twitter, unafraid to speak her mind beyond writing. She committed herself to mentoring young writers and girls in Malindi, leaving an indelible mark on their lives. This is an invitation. At Inuka and the Elephant, we deeply value Rasna's contribution, To honor her memory, we are creating a special edition dedicated to her life and work. We invite anyone whose life Rasna touched to submit their tributes. This will be published as part of this commemorative edition. Kindly send your tributes to the Elephant, to the editors. And thank you so much for helping celebrate the incredible life and legacy of Rasna, the writer. That's from the Elephant and Inuka. Thank you.
I'm going to talk about many things, and I hope it's going to, not many things, but bring 3 themes together, and I hope it's going to make sense. I had been reading Rasna when I was younger, and I think I met her at Kwani, but the first meeting that really had an imprint on my mind was at the Story, I think it was Story Moja Festival, and I think that was the time she was launching Unsilenced. And she was talking about being a whistleblower. And she said something that I'll tell you why I remembered. She said that being a whistleblower is very lonely. That was one thing she said. But the other thing that struck me that I never forgot, she said that a whistleblower does not go out intending to talk about something that is unjust. It's just that they really believe that this is a small thing that can be rectified. And so when they're bringing it up, they're thinking that this is something that is just going to be fixed. And then they realize that they've touched a live wire. And before they know it, they are being gaslighted, ghosted, and eventually being alienated. So I'm bringing that up because I remembered that because 3 years after the competency-based curriculum, my pet subject, was started, I started to feel like a whistleblower. I didn't intend it to be that way. I was just an arts teacher asking questions, asking what is the reason for this change, and this is not the change we wanted. And then when I'm ghosted, gaslighted, then I start realizing, oh, this is bigger than I actually thought it was. And the other thing she said about being a whistleblower is the way people, in fact, also John Githongo told me this, is that when you become a whistleblower, you become like Moses parting the seas. Because once you enter a space, then people start stepping aside. And that's part of the loneliness. And for me, I still feel very lonely because my academic colleagues are saying nothing. I mean, I don't understand it. Kenyan universities have schools of education, and nobody's saying a thing. These days, towards the end, before I now said I'm not going to mainstream media houses, I started noticing a pattern. When I'm invited like a week in advance, 2 days before the day I'm supposed to show up, the notice is withdrawn the invitation is withdrawn, or I have to be invited with somebody else who has to make sure that this person is going to counter what I'm saying, or maybe a day after I appear on a radio station or a TV station, the next day somebody comes and basically sort of punches holes in what I've been saying, but without referencing me. So I felt like Moses, the way John was saying, because people were talking about what I'm saying, but they never once referred to me, or that it was me who said it. Not that I want credit, but they have to mention the whole argument that I'm making, but that's not what they did. I was very surprised to see a journal article mentioning all my critiques, but never once mentioned my name or anything I published. So that was how I felt like a whistleblower, and I wouldn't have known how to say it were it not for Rasna. So I'm going to read also the next thing that I want to talk about, which is knowledge. My advocacy has made me realize that Kenya is a very dumbed down country. We are not allowed to think. And Rasna really defied that. I teach, I'm trained to teach French and Francophone literature, but I've never taught it because people have said it's not relevant to the market, that anything outside your ethnic village is not worth knowing. And Rasna defied that. She talked about Somalia, she talked about Afghanistan, she talked about India, Kenya, the Sahel. I mean, it's so amazing when I was just going through all her work, how extensive and broad she was. And that is not something that is, it's not allowed in Kenya. People with that kind of breadth of knowledge are usually called irrelevant. And that's why I can understand why she kept asking, are the youth hearing me? Because me, at least I know in my classes I am not heard, except by Ras Mengesha, who wrote, whose tribute was read, yeah. So, at the height of the propaganda against arts education in Kenya, when people used to say arts is useless to the market, a certain CEO was quoted as saying that Kenyan universities are not training graduates for the market because 80% of the students were in the arts. In the first meeting of one of my classes one semester, I played a video of that speech. And then I asked the students, do you agree that taking a university degree is a waste of time? And the students all said yes. Then I asked, since you are here, and you're not studying mining or engineering or STEM, and many of you are not in the sciences, why are you here? Are you not wasting your time? The students struggled. They could not understand what being in university had to do with the content of the class. After a few minutes of back and forth, I kept rephrasing my question several times. One student blurted out, "We are here because our parents told us to come." After that, we could now have a genuine and honest discussion about the lies which are told in the public about university education. When one looks at Rasna Warah's intellectual contribution, and I'm now talking as an academic and somebody who is so concerned about the war on knowledge in Kenya, I know it's very subtle, but it's there. Rasna's greatest asset was her ability to name contradictions. What people are saying was the brutal truth. I call it naming contradictions. But this Kenya is a country that suppresses contradiction so that we can remain intellectually childish. And I had somebody mention the word childish. And so Rasna got a lot of flack. Even though we are saying we read her on Twitter, she also got a lot of backlash on Twitter when she pointed out contradictions. But she was not afraid of the inevitable backlash because she spoke with honesty and she was not afraid to be vulnerable. And Rasna was this bold because she understood the world. She was a Kenyan of Asian origin, married to a Taveta, registered by the government as a Taita, in a funny but absurd story, which she recounts on The Elephant. She visited different countries and wrote on Somalia, India, even the United States, and also on the UN. So Rasna saw contradictions, which is what we Kenyans, most of us fear. She saw the contradictions of injustice, ethnicity, bureaucracy in the system, all the way to the UN itself. And she was not shy to name these contradictions, especially in our country where we fear contradiction. And she wrote powerfully because she felt so strongly. I was one of those who got the 10 p.m. calls, where she would tell me about the latest injustice she saw, and many times she would break down in tears. I think that was what I remember, that she would break down crying for people who didn't even know that she was thinking of them. She wept for the children of Malindi who could not afford 500 bob to go to school. She wondered why we allowed ethnicity to make us stupid, a question that Kenyans still find hard to examine. And in fact, that's one of the issues where they disagree. And she irritated many Kenyans with the questions, for example, on something that she often asked me about the supremacist threads in Kikuyu ethnic consciousness. And there's a controversial article she wrote about this that is still causing ripples. She could not understand why Kenya was wallowing in political mediocrity. I used to think that Rasna was a bit naive, but I think her disbelief came from the fact that she could not grasp how far knowledge has been fought in this country. And I can't blame her. It's very difficult to accept. It's something that I still get traumatized about when I think of it. Her faith in Kenya was unassailable, and that's what made her writing so powerful. Another brilliant aspect of Rasna's writing, and this is something that still amazes me, is her ability to weave everyday events into her stories. So she'll pick a local event, and before you know it, she's taken you to the global stage in the same essay. One of my favorite essays, which I used in my writing class, was on her struggle to get a visa from the US Embassy. So this is a really good article because she talks first about her frustration, and then before we know it, she's talking about African studies, global dominance of knowledge. I just love the way she writes. So I've tried to get my students to write like her, to write about social problems starting from their own realities, but they don't want to. It's because they can't understand this kind of writing, because the writing requires honesty, vulnerability, ability to accept one's own implication, which was what Muthoni was talking about, Muthoni Garland. The ability to accept one's own implication in the system without drowning in individual guilt. In Kenya, and this is where I'm going to really hammer academics are unknowingly detached from what they study. This detachment is un-African because, as many African philosophers say, African ways of knowing do not isolate the individual thinker from what they are studying. Since Rasna never isolated herself, she was truly an African intellectual. By contrast, Kenyan academics fear and avoid contradiction. Kenyan academics like to write everything in linear stories without contradictions, leading to the conclusion about the greatness of African cultures or the solutions that the government should implement. Academics avoid contradictions like the plague, yet contradictions are how we see the truth. Rasna was not afraid of contradictions. She exemplified what W.E.B. Du Bois said in a famous essay entitled The Study of Negro Problems. Du Bois said that we learn from contradiction, which is the contrast between what we aspire for and the reality in which we live. That's how Rasna wrote. She wrote, and that's why her writing was so powerful. She wrote about the ideals, the justice we want. She cared for the downtrodden. and responsibility of those in authority and institutions. And she kept exposing how those ideals were contradicted by the reality of corruption, imperialism, sexism, and injustice. Part of why Kenyans fear contradiction is because of our missionary ideal of being pure and blameless. To study contradiction, one has to accept their implication in the system. And I want to give an example from her book, which was also my first encounter. I loved the edited book, Missionaries, Mercenaries, and Misfits. And she tells the story, which she brought a very good collection of people to write different stories about development. And in her contribution to the edition, she tells a story of interviewing someone who lived in a slum for a development report. Rasna was asking intimate details about this respondent, including where the respondent lived, even where the respondent went to the bathroom. Rasna writes very self-consciously about this experience, acknowledging her own position in the humiliating development industry she was working for. And this is what she said. She said, I was subconsciously doing what many people in the so-called development industry do. I was objectifying her, seeing her as part of a problem that needed to be solved so that she could be compartmentalized into a target group category. This allowed me to perceive her as being different from me, bestowed on her an otherness that was clearly placed her as my inferior, worthy of my sympathy. Like other professionals working in the development industry, I failed to see that my work and the structures within which I operated were self-serving, unquote. So sadly, I want to say, sorry, I'm going so long, Kenyan academic work has not treated Rasna seriously about what she said. I've seen people talk about her identity, her character, as articulate and honest, and her writing style, but few of us say what she actually said about politics. And yet she spoke about injustice all the time. A few times I've gotten the opportunity to force graduate students to read her work and include it in their thesis. And I'm going to keep on insisting, but I'm not optimistic, sorry to say, at least not in the short term. I feel Kenya failed Rasna. It still fails her, and like so many others who know and believe in Kenyans that we can do better. So apart from praising Rasna as a great thinker, writer, colleague, I want to say that to the Kenyan Academy, and I'm sure we are not very well represented here, which is a shame, it's time for us to grow up and face the contradictions of our society. I kid you not, very few of us are engaging the Gen Z protests. We've not talked about it in the university halls. It's just strange. And we need to do what Rasna did, which is learn the world. There's no knowledge that is useless knowledge. And we should stop this obsession with the small space of our ethnicities, which Rasna kept calling us out on. And we need to start doing research that is honest and vulnerable, which is what she did. We must incorporate her work in the research. So we've talked about her writings in fiction and journalism, and I think now researchers have to use her work. Why are we talking about the UN and she has already done that work? Rasna has also shown us that we must stop worshipping the UN and the World Bank through her work and quoting these bland and dishonest reports like their reports are the scriptures. And actually, one of my frustrations when I was trying to research on education was that the research is always saying World Bank this, World Bank the other, UN this, UN the other, and Rasna has already shown us that we have to question some of these reports. And we must do this for Rasna and for many other great Kenyan thinkers like her. So, luta continua Rasna, rest well, my sister. Thank you.
Sorry, we're still with the writers, and I think it's my pleasure to introduce Tony Mushama, who has written something specifically for Rasna.
I'm going to be fairly brief, actually very brief. Yeah, applause for brevity. What I'll say about Rasna is also very brief. It's easy to talk about macro tyranny. It's easy to look at people like, Kasongo and the regime. And activists are very self-righteous people a lot of the time. It's like, oh, we are the good guys. It's like rogue journalists, like rogue editors. Kwamchetsi? No, that's a wonderful guy. But activists have this thing that they are very self-righteous. We are fighting evil, but there are wicked activists, and I have encountered them personally. And at that time, so this is a personal Rasna story, during my time of need, with wicked activists, that's when you see that something came to me. I'll always say this. It's not the enmity of your enemies you should be surprised at. It's the cowardice of your comrades. And Rasna invited me for a drink, and I thought, oh, this is, I started, to unload. And then just as I'm starting to talk about, how bad these people are, she just rolled her eyes and said, forget about those witches, have a whiskey. But that stayed with me about, don't just think about injustice as macro tyrannies. Those are obvious. Among your friends, relatives, even animals, have your activism even at that level. Not just at that, we are fighting, man against machine. Okay, I'll say my brief poem now. It's called The Words of Rasna Warah. On a sunny Saturday, I came across a wake at the Louis Leakey Auditorium, where I spake of the marvelous Mshai and quintessential Kwamchetsi. To speak of Rasna Warah, never shy to say of what she thought of the state of this world we are in words that were themselves worlds that whirl around us. Rasna's words did this like whirlwinds, whirling dervishes of words that always spoke truth to power, to devils, whether of the expatriate types or a tin pot tribe. Words like winds that wound themselves round black and white pages and went out in brown stripes. Words that spoke of the wounds within and worlds without words, which wound down until the very sound of worlds silenced were unsilenced by Warah. And what are we to say on a sad Saturday, sunset such as this, except for that one immortal phrase, Kasongo die, mbona umechukua ras kwa ngai. Death is a liar and the devil is the father of lies. Here Rasna does not lie. Zonga libala, ye ye ye. She wrote too about culture and rage, a child of a triple heritage. She was both wordsmith, curser, and sage. She wrote of warlords. Warah was an overload of thought. She wrote of UN a-holes who are obnoxious overlords. She wrote of war crimes and of our contemporary times. She spoke of red soil. She ate roasted maize. And at the end of days, when she was on her own, Mogadishu, Rasna wrote of the cancer that was killing her. Wallahi, our Warah was a real warrior. And may Allah or Krishna or Liki preserve her. She will forever be part of a journalistic history. Kasongo wewe, mbona ulimchukua mbali kwa ngai. Kasongo nawe o, songa mbali na uongo zako jo. Death is a liar, and Rasna is still on fire. Here Warah does not lie. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, next up, I want to invite Joseph Warungu. Is Joseph Warungu here? No. Okay, perhaps we can play. There's a message that we have from Father Dolan, who.
Rasna was a most authentic, sincere, and surprising person all the time. Our first encounter probably had been several years ago when as a group we left Nation en masse in protest against their editorial policy and against the censorship within the organization. She was hesitant and reluctant to join the group, but she did. And that was because she had she was more dependent than us on that small stipend from Nation than anybody else. And so she had a lot to sacrifice to do that. But she did it. And when she did it, she didn't look back. And even at the personal cost to herself, it was a greater cost to her than anybody else. But along the way, I had the pleasure of working with Rasna when she became a board member of Hakiyatu. It was before her illness started and right through it. And she was always insightful, committed, concerned, and challenging, very honest, and a woman of integrity throughout. And even towards the end, I suppose one thing I recall about her was that during her illness, we had many long conversations on the phone from time to time for up to an hour. She really struggled with her illness, and she really struggled in a search for faith. She was a great searcher in life for authenticity, and that included her search for meaning, for searching for a greater creator or meaning. Or she looked for that. She was authentic, and she wasn't in desperation, but she wanted to find something that was there, and she was willing to ask all the difficult questions. And that was personally challenging for me too. She was searching, but she was open. She was probably agnostic at best, but open and searching. And I think that helped her in her struggle. It was a little bit like the Hound of Heavens, her, because what she was suffering was like the dark night of the soul. She was always searching for that meaning and the questions. And she found some little peace in that. I can't say where it was in the end, but it was her authenticity that struck me and that stayed with me all the time. And for that, I'll always recall and admire Rasna, because she was always authentic, always genuine, always challenging. Not somebody you want to meet all the time because of her genuineness and because she wanted to live in a better world. And she suffered in her illness, and it was a great time of pain and depression and pain for her. But she searched her way through it. And please God, she's found peace now and that she's in a better place. But we'll miss you, Rasna, and we'll remember you for your genuineness and love. Gabriel.
That was Father Dolan, who we also know as staunch human rights defender. Warungu was to read a message from BBC. I believe he may have left. We have just a couple more messages, and then anybody who would like to say something as we wind up can do so. I'm going to read the message from the BBC on behalf of Warungu. Farewell, Rasna. With heavy hearts, we bid farewell to Rasna, an extraordinary friend who touched our lives deeply. Not only was she one of the most admired and fearless communicators of our time, but she was also a cherished member of our extended BBC Swahili service family. Through her marriage to our brother and colleague, Gray Pombea, she became our beloved, respected, warm, and charming sister-in-law. Rasna was a great mentor and loyal advisor to many of us. Her guidance and support, particularly when we first joined BBC London, helped us navigate a new country with unfamiliar culture, traditions, and even climate. She built our confidence, strengthened our self-esteem, and made us feel at home. When Rasna put pen to paper, her writing was nothing short of remarkable. Her articles, publications, and narratives were heartfelt and unflinchingly truthful. She had an unwavering commitment to exposing societal injustices, refusing to sugarcoat the realities of the world. Her analytical pieces reflected her courage and determination to make a difference. This legacy will endure in the hearts of many, inspiring generations across Kenya, East Africa, and beyond. Rasna was a true media warrior, winning battles with her powerful words and fearless reporting. She was an incredible role model, showing us the value of strength, of integrity and bravery in journalism. Tragically, cancer took her from us, a battle she could not fight with her pen. Yet even in her absence, her spirit lives on. Rasna's impact will resonate through her remarkable body of work. Her voice, her insights, and her passion for justice remain immortalized in the words she so masterfully crafted. Thank you, Rasna, for everything you have given to us and to the world. Our thoughts and prayers are with our brother Gray and his family during this profoundly difficult time. May they find strength and solace in the legacy of a truly remarkable woman. From the BBC Swahili Service family.
Thank you very much. So what we want to do, thank you so much for staying as long as you have. We have tried to cover all the people who got in touch with us earlier. I know we have a couple of people who've sent tributes and we'll give that out. But we know there are a couple of people who've sent messages and said, please, can I say a word, right? And we recognize you're here. We recognize that we want to make the space for you. Can I first just see that by a show of hands? Because we really do need to start also coming to a wrap hand. Sheikh, I know one. I know that gentleman. 4, okay. So we want to do a couple of things. What's going out now is a sheet of paper. And we said, there are many ways of doing these memorializations. People take candles, people do what, but this is a writer. And what Rasna would tell us is right. So you're getting a sheet of paper. There will be a place for you, we'll put it right here in the front, that you will have an opportunity, whatever it is you want to write. We will keep these, we will share them with Gray. It could be a message to Gray, it could be a message to the world. It could be, we had a challenge that was put out on this is what I commit to do. I forgot I'd come with lipstick, and I commit to wear bright red lipstick on the days I need courage to speak out and carry Rasna with me as I do that. But whatever it is, it's giving you an opportunity. You don't have to put your name, just put it out there. And as we do that, we will have a song. One thing we haven't spoken about is Rasna at length, is Rasna's commitment to the women's movement, to the lives of individual women. I think you touched on that one, dear, but also just to the movement over many decades. And we would like to start to wrap up with that song, and then we will have a moment of just closure, which I'll tell you about as we get there. But the paper has gone out, so if you want to start writing, you can do that. I saw 4 hands. I'm going to ask each of you, please, just to do a minute. I want to start with somebody who met Rasna online. And I know we started with talking about people who've walked the long journey who've been there over the many decades, who've been in Rasna's home, who've spoken, who've touched, who've been fed, who've done all of that. And then there are those who have been fed by Rasna, not even through her articles, but on social media. It could be that brief moment that touches a life. So I wanted to start.
Hello, everybody. My name is Waihenya. I'm privileged to have met Rasna online, and I was lucky to attend her vigil mass yesterday at her house along Raptor Road. We celebrated a Catholic mass together, having heard her story through her neighbor, who is also a good friend of mine. So I wrote a piece on her life. So life in its brevity and vanity may make it seem pointless to hang on. Death, on the other hand, in its finality is not a thing any of us can grasp fully, and yet it appears that for some of us, death can be glorious. It seems now to me that to rebel sometimes is akin to loving justice deeply. You could ask John the Baptist or Steve Biko from South Africa. And this lesson I've learned about Rasna through these revitalizing tributes. From her work, published posthumously on the Daily Nation on the 13th of January 2025, Rasna is quoted saying, "I also learned that life is also very short, so we must not postpone the things we need to do. Therefore, I believe that when the ordinary emerges with the sublime, from body to soul, from soul to wind, Rasna will forever remain Mwananchi." As part of today's movement, I'll not call it Gen Z anymore because we're well aware, against this chokeful regime, I'm inspired further by her Kenyan Asian freedom fighter Pioga Mapinto, who was assassinated on the 24th of February 1965, whose epitaph reads as follows: "If he has been extinguished, yet there arise 1,000 beacons from the spark he bore. Rest in glory, Rasna Warah."
Thank you very much. Sheikh, I'm going to let you come up last of the four, so I'm going to ask you to please come. Yeah. And then there was one other person whose hand was up. Do I remember? It was you. Yeah. So it will be him, and then you will follow, and then Sheikh will come. And that will close this.
Good evening, everyone. Before I say anything, I'd like to invite my comrade, my sister, and my partner in the movement, Sophie Mogure. Kindly come. Say something before, and then from there, I'll take it from there. Asante sana.
Hi everyone, good evening. My name is Sophie. I'd like to say I'm an active citizen, comrade. I recently just discovered Rasna's work last year, and I deeply felt very bad when she passed on. I was like, why do you have to go now when we are just waking up, when our spirits are just being awakened? Why do you have to go now when we need the inspiration? Why do you have to go now when we need the courage? But lucky are we because she's left us some good work. I have never read any of her books, so I'm really looking forward to that. In the spirit of comradeship, we have a vigil for the ones that we lost during the protests. We are organizing it on the 25th of January. And we'd like to see all of you there in support of Rasna. If she was alive, I am very sure she would have made time for us. So please, in the spirit of remembering her and keeping her spirit alive, would like to see as many of you there. If you can support us in any way, financially, with any resources, we need candles, we need flowers, we need your voices online to keep putting pressure on this bad regime that does not take any note of the goodwill of the people of Kenya. Had the health systems worked in this country, probably she would still be here. So let's keep pushing. Let's not give up. It's hard, but we can do this. Thank you so much. Rest in peace, rest in power, Rasna.
Thank you so much, my sister. Anyway, unajua mimi natoka Mombasani. I come from Coast. Na sisi kama Waswahili hatupendi kuchoka sana. So mimi nitaongea Kiswahili. Nadhani hapa sisi wote ni wa Kenya na wale pia wamekutujoin, wamekaa hapa ya kutosha kwamba wataelewa chenye nitakuwa nasema. Asanteni. So mimi naitwa Prince Baha. Mimi ni Mkenya, a very active citizen, a human rights activist. I'm here with my colleagues, Sheikh Khan, Sophie Mugure, ambao amekuwa tu hapa sahi. There's another one, Mwanasiti Precious. Sisi ni wale tuliochukua jukumu ya kwamba no matter what, we have to make sure hii nchi imebadilika. Some of us we have been very active in this movement. Tulipigwa risasi, wenzetu wakauliwa. Kuna wale ambapo mpaka sasa hivi wako hospitalini. Si kitu rahisi, lakini nikiwa hapa nasema adui ni mmoja, ni Kasongo. Na kwa wale comrades, nitafika hapo. Kwa wale comrades ambao walipoteza maisha kwa ile maandamano ya last year June 25th, mimi kama Prince Baha nasema wakue pole, roho zao zilale mahali pema peponi. Na kwa wale comrades ambao waliponea, Mungu awasaidie. Mimi nikiwa mmoja wao, atusaidie. Hii nchi, Rasna alikuwa, kwa wengi wetu alikuwa mama. Na apart from being a comrade, alikuwa mama, mentor kwa wengi. Alikufa na cancer, if I'm not wrong. I stand corrected, Lakini tuanze hapo. Cancer ni ugonjwa. Kenya yetu kuna hospitali gani ambayo inafanya kazi sasa hivi? Sasa hata ukipata malaria, unaenda hospitali unaambiwa hiyo si sha, ni she, shu, like we don't understand. Hakuna kitu ina work hii Kenya. Roho yake ilale mahali pema peponi, amekuwa na sisi, ametupigania ya kutosha. Na ni huzuni sana sisi kama tukiwa hapa, dada yetu ama mama yetu leo hii hayuko na sisi. Mungu alaze roho yake mahali pema peponi. Na kwa wale wa Kenya ama kwa wale wenzetu ambao tumebakia, ambao tuko hapa, sisi kama comrades tumeplan, kuna vigil ambayo itafanyika, National Vigil Prayer, ambayo venue tutacommunicate by Monday. Kuna organizations mingi ambao wataparticipate, lakini the host ni kikao ambapo tunaenda pale like kupeana heshima zetu za mwisho kwa wale comrades ambao walituacha kwa ile maandamano, ambao waliuliwa na polisi wakipigania nchi yao ama wakipigania uongozi bora. Wenzangu watakuja kuongea, Sheikh Khan atakuja after me. Mwanasiti, tafadhali naomba mimi nikitoka, naomba tu usalimie watu. Asanteni sana na Mungu atubariki sisi wote. Dada yetu, mama yetu, Mungu aeleze roho yako mahali pema peponi. Asanteni sana. Sophie, Mwanasiti, please just say hi before as I'm leaving.
I'm going to let the person who was to come first come. because, as we said, we're working with writers, we're working with editors, and time is of essence. I'm happy to let her speak, but let us go with the order that has been given. So the gentleman who was, yes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Albert Wanjeri, and I can say condolences to the family. I was among the first people who were privileged to meet Rasna online, and we are very sorry for your loss. And I want to answer Teacher Njoya here and say, yes, as the youth, we've heard Rasna. And we've taken every word she's saying to be very good, and we're working to try to improve the nation. I'm an aspiring young leader, and I'm coming leader. And I would love to say, I don't know Rasna personally, but I'm here because I've been privileged to meet her online, and I've seen her work, and I've enjoyed reading a lot of her work. Also, when we are speaking, the people who we speak, when we speak the truth and reality, we usually tend to look like we are mad people. And many people end up challenging us when we question a lot of things. Never stop talking. I also want to challenge the older generation to always continue transferring critical skill so that the younger generation can be encouraged to keep on fighting. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheikh. Rose has placed, if you want to put your piece of paper at any point, you can walk forward and do it, or we will do it at the end as we do our last song.
The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam not only stood up for a funeral, but a tear trickled down his cheek. And those around him told him, it's a Jew. Basically, when the grief is immense, words don't come out, but emotions flow. So when a tear rolled out, it means the grief was immense. But we believe usually, because he was not one of us, we should not grieve. Why? So the Prophet gave a very beautiful answer. And he said, isn't it a soul? Isn't it a soul? Today, I remember the first time when I hosted Christians, 18th September 2015 at Jamia Mosque. A lot of people are questioning, what is this that you are doing? But I remember the Prophet hosted 60 bishops, Christian bishops in his mosque for 3 days, and they were allowed to hold mass in the mosque on the third day. Which religion are we practicing? For me, I believe heaven will be very boring if it was only Christians or Muslims there. We are diverse in our beliefs. If I can live with you, dine with you when I'm here in this world by choice, why can't I be in heaven with you by default? Why should I be pushing you out of heaven and say Muslims are the only ones who will go to heaven, or Christians are the only ones who will go to heaven? Why? It's big enough for all of us. So when a tear trickles down, it's for two causes. One, the way Rasna was a beautiful person. She left behind memories. When we remember, we cry. We miss her. And if God forbid it's a stray person, we still cry because we have not lost him to another faith, but we have lost him to our common enemy, Shaitan. So why don't we all come together? That whenever we are grieving, we grieve as a nation, as a people. I've managed to attend the mass held for Mama Lucy Kibaki. I was at the President Kibaki's funeral in Othaya, and very many others. People question, why do you attend these funerals? It's because the people I lose are humans, not Christians, Muslims, or Sikhs. I've been a guest speaker at the Sikh Awards. At the Sikh Awards, whereby I was introducing, I know the only Asian you know is Pinto Gama. I was introducing Makkan Singh Jabal with his son, with his grandson, and his great-grandson. And who was I introducing them to? William Ruto. At that time, he was the deputy president. So I do interfaith because I reach out. You worship God the way you want. That's not my problem. But when it comes to mutual interest, we are all the same. We are diverse in our faiths. We should celebrate our diversity, shun our differences, and focus on our common goals. And that is what Rasna did. She did not let faith come in between us. She did not go out saying, I'm so and so. And that is what we believe. So, with the few words that I have, we really grieve for this lady who has left a legacy, who has questioned the world order. I am known as Sheikh Muhammad Khan, better known as the Kenyan Taliban. That is a story for another day. Thank you.
So we'll have Mama Siti as our last speaker, and then we're really finishing. What I'm going to ask is Kwamacheti and Rose will join me as soon as she has finished. And then we will take, what we're going to ask you to do is we will take a moment of silence just to allow all these thoughts that have been in the room to settle. We will leave you with Rasna's last words and a word of encouragement, of grace, of comfort from my sister Sefu. So we'll start with Mama Siti, and then I'll ask Kwamacheti and Rose to come up.
Hi, everyone. My name is Precious Howie, or Mona Siti Athman. I'm an African, and I love justice for our country. I first saw Rasna Warah in online, and just follow her through last year. But when I heard about her death, it really, really made me cry that night. And I asked myself, this lady was fighting for us, and she has left us. Some people are here, and it's like, for sure, whatever you fight, Rasna, it won't go in vain. Us as the young generation, we are going to make this country a better place, and for everyone to enjoy every little writing that you put in the books that you have written. That's only my take. And may your soul rest in peace.
Okay, so we are going to ask you just to, let me invite you. You can close your eyes. I promise mine will be open, so if anybody comes to anyone else's bag, you can trust us, it will be fine. And we're just going to do a reading of somebody who walked with Rasna towards the end. Then we'll take that moment of silence. And even as we speak, we're going to just be sharing with you Rasna's last words. And again, give you time just to sit in that. So, I invite you to close your eyes. Angie Oda Minor says, I think that Rasna's journey in her final years showed us what true healing looks like. After her cancer diagnosis, she chose a path many might have avoided, the path of deep spiritual and emotional healing. While fighting for her physical health, she undertook the harder battle of healing her spirit. I witnessed her transform anger into forgiveness, bitterness into love. She faced the hard truths about relationships that needed mending, including the one with herself. Even in her pain, even when the path was uncertain, she remained intentional about this work of the heart. They say good leaders lead, but great leaders heal. This was Rasna. Through her own healing journey, she showed us what courage looks like, not just in facing death, but in choosing to face it with grace and an open heart. I first knew Rasna through her writings when she was my first Kenyan heroine. Later, I was blessed to call her friend Even in her final chapter, she continued to teach us, showing us that it's never too late to choose love, to forgive, to heal. In our last conversation, I told Rasna that Kenyans could learn so much from her healing journey because as a nation, this is what we deeply need. She responded with that deep, hearty laugh of hers and said, yeah, maybe that can be my next book. I hope this book of healing is one that as Kenyans, we can all start to write together with her as one of our guides.
The enemy within. But let me not be the bearer of doom and gloom. The reason I am writing this article is that I have learned wonderful things about myself and other people. One of the things I have learned is that people can be kind and generous when they know you are in pain. People I don't even know and have never met have sent me good wishes, prayers, and even money for my treatment. Friends and family have sent food and offered accommodation. An Indian friend called to say that if I opted to go to India for treatment, I could stay in his home for as long as I needed. These generous and kind offers have literally brought tears to my eyes.
What I also learned is that my life's work has not been a waste, and that my readers love and admire me for my writing. I didn't realize I had inspired so many people, not just in Kenya, but around the world, through words I have penned. That is a really important thing for me to hold, to know, and to hold on to right now. To realize that I had a gift that I used well and which helped others, and so to know that when I go, my writing will live on.
I also learned that life is very, very short. So we must not postpone the things we need to do. If your job makes you unhappy, quit. If a relationship is toxic, leave it. If people around you are making you feel bad about yourself, walk away. Surround yourself with people who love and cherish you. Love is very important for human survival, so don't distribute it freely. Be kind and generous. This thing called life is temporary, so enjoy every moment and live it as if every day is your last.
Thank you, Rasna. Sefo?
Don't leave, please. Just stay. I would like us to do something. So just hold the hand of somebody who's next to you. Or ensure there's somebody's hand you can hold. Abu Bakr, you need to find someone. All right, so we'll do 2 songs in honor of Rasna. The first one is in honor of her works in the women's movement. And that is why I want us to hold hands, because this song is about us holding hands together as we are fighting for these rights. If you know it, you can join me. If you don't, you can just listen in. But for the second part, I'll ask you to join me in one way or another. We are women, we are strong. We're fighting for our lives, side by side with our men who work the nation's lands. United by the struggle, united by the past, and it's here we go, for the women of the human race. We don't need government's approval for anything we do. We don't need their permission to have a point of view. We don't need anyone to tell us what to do or say. With strength enough and wisdom of our own to go our own way. We are women, we are strong. We are fighting for our lives, side by side with our men who work the nation's lands. United by the struggle, united by the past, and it's here we go, for the women of the human race, and it's here we go, for the women of the working class, and it's here we go, for our comrade Rasna Warah. Thank you. I met Rasna Warah in 2010. At that time, I was at an entry-level job at Story Moja and later at Kwani. And I'm sure a lot has been said about her here today, so I will not belabor what has already been said. I will just ask you guys to rise up as we finish, and you're gonna help me sing this song, which is gonna celebrate Rasna as our Kenyan hero, as a writer, as a social justice defender, women rights defender, as an author, as a shuja in this country. Even as we stand on her shoulders, the way we've stood on shoulders of women before us, like Wangari Maathai, like Muthoni Kirema, like Mokami Kimathi, like Margareta Wagasheru, like Zarina Patel, like Michere Mugo. Today we also stand on the shoulder of Rasna Warah. And I want you to help me and say, ay, ay. So this song is a bit animated, so I know we've been sitting for a long time, so I will expect at least you'll help me with a bit of activity here. So when I say anything, you say, ay, Rasna Warah Makomanda. Okay, you need to get into the beat. Rasna Warah Makomanda. Okay, I will help you as I put my tribute down. So just clap your hands like this. Rasna Warah Makomanda. Rasna Warah Makoma. Rasna Warah Makomanda. Rasna Warah Makomanda. Rasna Warah Makoma. Rasna Warah Makomanda. Rasna Warah Magerila. Rasna Warah Mageri. Rasna Warah Magerila. Rasna Warah Magerila. Rasna Warah Magerila. Rasna Warah Magerila. All right, this other part, you're going to have to be a bit combative, okay? Like the way we had the protest in the streets, like the way we had, when people are fighting for rights, when we have this youthful uprising for the things that Rasna was fighting about. So I just need you to be on your feet like this, yeah. And just imagine that you're in a guerrilla war or you're in a forest somewhere and you have to fight for your country. You have no food. Your best friend has died. They just killed your mother. And here we are at the war. So when I say anything, you say, hi, hi, hi. Let's go. Hi, hi, hi. One more time. Hi. Say it again. All right, so you need to put your fist up. You need to be running on the guerrilla war. You need to fight. Hi, hi, hi. One more time. Na Rasna wetu ni hilo. Na Rasna wetu ni fighter. Na Rasna wetu shujaa. Na Rasna wetu ni fighter. Now I need you're on the front line. And you're being commanded. So when I say, hey, ta, you say ta. Hey, ta. Ta. Then when I say ta again, you say ta, ta. Hey, ta. 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 Hey, ta. Ta. Hey, ta. Ta. Hey, ta. Ta. So when you're saying ta, you're hitting at your enemy. You're hitting at social injustice. You're hitting at issues of gender injustice. You're hitting at Kasongo. You're hitting at all these people who are killing and maiming the young people in our country. You're hitting at the lack of education that we have in our higher universities. So it's a gun. When I say, hey, ta, shoot up. Hey, ta. No, I can't hear it. It's a slap. Na Rasna wetu. No, hi. We are at high and then we go to cha, right? All right. Na Rasna wetu ni fighter. Na Rasna wetu ni hero. Na Rasna wetu ni fighter. Na Rasna wetu ni hero. Hey, ta! Ta! Hey, ta! Ta! Hey, ta! Ta! Hey, ta! Ta! Rasna Warah my commander. Rasna Warah my commander. Rasna Warah my commander. Rasna Warah my commander. Na Rasna, na Rasna. Rasna Warah my commander. Na Rasna, na Rasna. Rasna Warah my guerrilla. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Please just take a seat for 1 minute, exactly 1 minute. You can count me down. It's going to take 60 seconds. I know you are very tired, but I need to do this. I would like to thank Rasna's family, especially Rupa, for arriving on time and for staying the entire time. As many of you probably know, Rasna was cremated on Monday. I spoke to her husband, Gray, who says he's not able to travel and be here, but his friends and the community felt that it was important for us to acknowledge and honor our hero, our heroine, and our leader. I would like to acknowledge with deep thanks the family, Rupa, Jazz, and Gray, the National Museums of Kenya for hosting us, Tukai and your team, and Nazim, Inuka and the Elephant, Darius, Kawive, and Emily, Kenya Human Rights Commission, Davinda is still in the room, and Soila, Debunk Media, thank you very, very much, Asha and Isaac, Kenya Asian Forum, Firoze Manji, Nazim, Zahid, Orecha Collective, Mushai and Zain, SID, Society for International Development. I didn't know you have very big bosses here. Again, Zain, thank you, and Mushai, and Duncan, thank you for stepping into the breach. I didn't see anyone from National Media Group. I think, yes, Father Gabriel Dolan, who's a former colleague, sent a message. Hakieto Organization sent apologies, but they support us. Kainga Okwemba and Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, who ran a full feature this morning on Books Cafe. Ross Lukalo, Sitawa Namwalie, Tony Sitoni, Tom Maliti, BBC Swahili. Anne Mawade was here some time back, and Peter Kimani, Joseph Warungu, Oyunga Pala, Dr. Wandia Njoya, Maina Kiai, Father Gabriel Dolan, Canon Francis, and many other people. Yes, and Ivy. Many people who showed up and volunteered their time to just put this together. If I was speaking in my mother tongue, we would just say, Rasna buried herself. But since we know she was not buried, I would just like to say that Rasna had so much goodwill and so much social capital that putting this together was effortless. I know people suffered through the night like Mushai, working on the program, and we acknowledge and thank you for it. And all of you, thank you for coming and for sharing your memories of Rasna. She's very deeply loved. One of the things that we are hoping to do from the curating that comes here is that we can share this material with the family, but we also hope that, as Wandia was challenging us, there's a women's studies department, I think, at the University of Nairobi and many other universities. I think we need to begin to nudge them to begin to pay attention to all this important material, because it's not just useful for us to talk about it here and it ends here. Allow me to say that I think I feel a little better. I feel a little better that you came and that we shared our memories with Rasna. Death is inevitable. It comes to all of us, and it's very heavy to take. So I don't know what the immediate family is going through, but personally, I feel a lot lighter that you are able to come and to share this community with us. Asante sana. Sorry, I forgot very important people. The people in the booth, Edwin, the sound people, and Frederick Ebert Foundation for supplying the sound equipment, and the virtual link for making sure that people who are participating online. Thank you very much.
Reviews, interviews, and conversations with authors, literary critics, and book lovers.
I wanted to write a book that looked at when the UN is not functioning or when it's corrupt or is mismanaged, who loses out? It's the beneficiaries of UN projects and programs. Expand the membership of the UN Security Council. You cannot just have 5 member states dictating to the rest of the world how to deal with conflict. 10 are rotating non-permanent members, and they're only there for 2 years. And usually they have no clout, It's just there to look like it's inclusive, but it's not. France, Britain, US, Russia, China decides which wars will be waged, which countries will suffer sanctions for going to war, and whether there will be any sanctions at all. So maybe some people have suggested get rid of the UN Security Council altogether and let the General Assembly make decisions, because that's 193 countries. The majority could make the decision.
Rasna Warah. Welcome to the Books Cafe, your literature program on KBC English Service. I'm your host, Rainga Okwemba. The Books Cafe is a cutting-edge program in the world of literature where we talk to writers and explore contemporary literary issues. And today, we have a very, very special program. It's a tribute to Rasna Warah, one of Kenya's famous journalists who just departed. She was called Rasna Warah. Rasna Warah was not just a journalist, she was an editor and an author. And today in studio we have one of Kenya's most celebrated journalists, columnist, editor, poet, and writer and author himself, Kwamchesi Makoha. Again, these are journalists whose time in the media. Some of us who came after them believe that that was the golden age of Kenyan journalism. Kwamchesi Makoha, welcome on to the Books Cafe.
Thank you very much, and hello.
Great. Now, Kwamchethi, when writers come onto the Books Cafe, of course, you are coming to pay tribute to a colleague, a friend, but somebody you also intimately and emotionally describe as your big sister. But before we do that, when writers come onto the Books Cafe, the first thing that you want to do is to know something, a little bit about them. Kwamchethi Makoha, when and where was he born? Where did he go to school?
Thank you, Hainga. I was born in a village in Lugari, which is in Kakamega County. I grew up there, went to the primary school, which is adjacent to my home. And then I attended Starehe Boys Center for 6 years. Then I went to University of Nairobi, Stellenbosch University, and yeah, I'm here.
How did you become a journalist and an editor?
I began my journey with words by helping somebody to write love letters. I must have been, I think, about 8, 9. The hunger to... The other thing is, but you do the work. Once you've done the heavy lifting, which is the research and the thinking, then the writing is not as hard. But if you are writing and thinking and researching at the same time, that's why you find books sometimes take a long time to produce. She had a workflow method.